Cool song. doing it. problema. Look, look. It's an interracial couple. Look at them. They're doing the social media.
program dedicated to an examination of areas in the human experience not easily nor neatly put in a box. Things seen at the edge of vision, awakening a part of the mind as yet not mapped, and yet things every bit as real as the air we breathe but don't see. This is Dreamland. It certainly is. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to another Dreamland Sunday evening. I'm Art Bell. My guest shortly is going to be Dr. Carla Turner, published with regard to the human abduction syndrome. A number of books, as a matter of fact. She'll be coming to us from Arkansas. First, though, as always, we're going to turn to Linda Moulton Howe. All the way back in Philadelphia, Linda kind of keeps watch on the UFO community, crop circles, animal mutilations, that sort of thing, the whole spectrum, the whole range. And she does so most times from Philadelphia, which is where I believe we're going to find her this evening. Linda, welcome to the program once again.
Hi, Art.
Hi.
Well, you know, this summer, one of the stories that I have touched on now 2 or 3 times has been the finding of mutilated animals in northern New Mexico. There were, in May, 2 steers on the Eli Hornich Ranch in Angel Fire, New Mexico, which is east of Taos. And 2 of those steers were examined by both a veterinarian and pathologist, Dr. John Altschuler in Denver, Colorado, who confirmed that all the excisions of tissue in both of those animals found the same day on May 14th had been cut with high heat. Since then, there have been other mutilated steers found July 24th and August 17th, and now by this weekend, the 13th animal has been found on the same ranch.
Oh, boy.
And tonight I talked with Albuquerque investigator Gail Stalin, who spent this weekend on the ranch, went out to help collect tissue samples for me and for Dr. Altschuler. And right now I want to have our listeners hear her firsthand report, and then I'll give an update on another pathology exam after that. So
All right.
Here we go.
All right, very good. And once again, this is our new sound system.
This bull was laying north of the water towers, I'd say maybe a mile. So we walked to the site. It was by a little pond, and it was laying on its left side. The rectum looked like it had been cored out. The edges was... Well, it was kind of... It looked like it had been singed in a way.
Was it darkened and smooth?
Yes, it was darkened. So we went ahead, took samples of that area. We opened up the mouth and noticed that half of the tongue was missing. So we took samples of that.
And how was that cut?
Just in a straight cut.
Vertical?
Yeah, straight across.
And was it very smooth or any?
It was pretty smooth. It didn't look like the buzzards had been on it or anything because the mouth was closed. But the tongue was definitely removed part of it. I would say this bull was maybe 850 pounds. The penis was gone.
And how was that removed?
It looked like it had been poured out also.
Meaning, was it hide deep or deeper?
Oh, it was deeper. It was deeper than just hide.
Deep. Was it deeper? Like, describe...
Nottingham, England, and a PhD in English from the University of North Texas. For over a decade, she taught college English and other professional work, including writing and editing. In 1988, she and her family were forcibly made aware, of alien involvement in their lives. That came after a daytime sighting of a UFO by her husband, Casey, a computer specialist. With the help of Barbara Bartholic, I believe it is, an abduction researcher in Oklahoma, Dr. Turner, explored the past and current alien encounters that came to her, including her husband, son, future daughter-in-law, and several close friends. The story of the first year of this investigation is presented in her first book, Into the Fringe, published in 1992 by the Berkeley Publishing Group. Working first with Mrs. Bartholic, and then later independently, Dr. Turner began to research other abduction cases in her local area of north central Texas. Since then, the cases have come from many other areas around the country. Her latest research findings are presented in Taken, Inside the Alien Human Abduction Agenda, published in April of 1994 by Celt Works, and available exclusively from them by writing to Post Office Box 32, Roland, Arkansas, 72135. In Taken, Dr. Turner presents 8 detailed abduction accounts from women in Texas, Alabama, Tennessee, Florida, New York, and Puerto Rico, as well as an update on the events she and her husband have both experienced. Some of the little-known events discussed include medical, sexual, psychological, and metaphysical procedures. In addition to these alien contacts, several of the women also tell of surveillance, intrusion, even abductions by U.S. military personnel. The correlations of these accounts and the insights gleaned from their experiences make a powerful case for UFO and abduction researchers to expand the recognized parameters of the abduction phenomenon. They further call into serious question most of the theories that have been offered in explanation of this activity. And so now, all the way to Arkansas, and to Dr. Carla Turner. Dr. Turner, welcome to the program.
Well, thank you, Art. Nice to be with you.
Good to have you. Hold on just one second. I'm going to put you over here instead. Okay, we've got you over in another place. Dr. Turner, apparently all this began then with an experience you had.
Well, actually, it began with an experience my husband had. As far as our coming to having to deal with this, being aware of ongoing activities that once we began to investigate, of course, like most people who've had these experiences, we learned that they went back to childhood. But being aware of what they were, that did begin really with a sighting in December of 1987 of a spherical metallic object over the courthouse in the town where we lived that my husband had. And there was missing time when I went up on the hill to watch, to try to figure out what this object was. We certainly didn't think it was UFO.
This week's house
Like that, because it really wasn't part of the thought about or studied in any way.
How much of a description did he have of the object beyond spherical? In other words, how close was it?
He saw it while he was driving home from the grocery store, and he drove to our house and walked about half a block up a hill. From there, he had a vantage view of downtown, where the courthouse was, where the object was, and it was less than 2 miles away. Much less, probably. The object was hanging above the courthouse, stationary. There was no movement, no sound. It was not glowing with light, but it was a burnished metallic color, coppery colored. It seemed to be a total sphere, complete sphere. And it was fairly large, given that it was that close. If it was as close as it appeared to be, which was right over the center of town. And he watched it trying to figure out what the object might be, whether balloon or even a movie prop. As I mentioned in the book, we lived in an area near Dallas where movies were often made on location. And it really, that was all he thought he was seeing, but he watched it for what he consciously perceived to be less than 10 minutes. And when he turned around to walk back down the hill because he'd given up on figuring it out, a significant amount of time had apparently passed he hadn't been aware of, and it was almost dark. Whereas it had been quite daylight when he'd gone up the hill.
Wow. So then how much time are we talking about?
Probably 45 minutes or so.
45 minutes?
Yeah, probably. Somewhere around there. Depends on what time. We'd have to go back and look at, measuring the times. We're just guessing because
Sure.
It was daylight when he went up there. It was almost dark when he turned around. And
So then how did he digest all this?
he didn't. He told me about it. I wasn't with him. He told me about it. He wasn't overly excited. He was curious because he'd never seen anything like it. And he had no explanation. As I said, he didn't even think the word UFO. When he talked about it with me, that never was even mentioned. We assumed it was a movie prop and looked in the newspapers, treated it very ordinarily. But a couple of days later, he did have an unusual event. He found a scabbed over deep incision on the back of his leg, and he got extremely angry about it for no apparent reason. He didn't know how he got it. It had not been there that he'd been aware of at least very long, because he just found it when it was scabbing and beginning to itch, as the scab will do sometimes.
Sure.
No injury had been inflicted on him that he was aware of, but he did get angry about the cut, and we did not connect the two events. Those are just, looking back, you begin to see connections. Really, we forgot about it at that point on.
Well, did he have any desire to when he began to figure this out, or connect the two and connect the whole experience, did he then want to follow up, maybe get hypnosis or try and dig into it and figure out what happened?
Yes, but that was several months later. This was in December, right before Christmas of 1987. And as I said, when we didn't see anything in the paper about it, we forgot about it. A day or so later, he found the scar. He did not connect it with the event, and then we forgot all about it totally. What happened was that we both began to develop intense stress symptoms, physical stress symptoms. And these led us, after they persisted and we couldn't understand why we were both having such physical symptoms, it led us to go into counseling to try to figure out what was wrong.
Sure.
And we each went to separate counselors because we worked in different cities. And my counselor taught me to do self-hypnosis to relax the physical symptoms I was having. His counselor didn't. They simply talked about whatever they could come up with, and after about 3 or 4 sessions, the counselor told him that, frankly, he couldn't find a specific problem for them to work on. He couldn't tell him what the cause of the stress was. And it was at that point that I offered to show him how to do hypnosis so he could relax the symptoms. He was having a number of physical symptoms, including numbness in the leg where he had the cut on the back of his leg all the way down that entire leg to the foot, would have pain and numbness and tingling. He had vision problems, headaches, stomach aches, back problems, just an extraordinary number of stress symptoms.
So you decided then you were going to sort of teach him some process of self-hypnosis to try and relieve some of this.
Strictly just what my therapist had taught me, and I had only been to him twice, so this wasn't like I was any adept at it, nor did I explore anything further than just learning to relax the symptoms I was having.
All right, Dr. Turner, hold on just a moment. We'll come right back to you. We're at the bottom of the hour. This is Dreamland on the CBC Radio Network. I'm Art Bell. And it sounds like there's a lot more of this story and her follow-up research to hear. Stay right there.
From the Kingdom of Nye, we continue with your calls on Dreamland with Art Bell. Call Art now toll-free at 1-800-618-8255. 1-800-618-TALK. First-time callers, area code 702-727-1222. 702-727-1222. Or the wildcard line at area code 702-727-1295. 727-1295 in the 702 area code. Now again, here's Art Bell.
Now again, here I am. My guest is Dr. Carla Turner, here from rural Arkansas. She's published, is the author of In the Fringe and Taken, Inside the Alien Human Abduction Agenda. And we're talking to her about how all this began, which was an experience by her husband. Dr. Turner, you still there? Good.
Yes.
So there was your husband trying to relax himself in the techniques you taught him that have been taught to you, and where do we go from there?
Very simple. He went into a fairly light trance quickly. He was testing himself for the state of the trance, and the only question that he really needed to ask himself when he got there, after he was relaxed, I thought it might be a good idea to do what the therapist had done with me, and that was to ask your subconscious to show you the cause of the stress. And then he mentally asked that question of himself and immediately had a strong, startled physical reaction and had apparently opened up a memory that he had never had any conscious inkling about at all. And he told me in exclamatory tones he saw a face. He described this very unusual face, and then in amazement he told me he saw this gigantic ship. And I didn't, in the sky, a spacecraft. And he said it was huge. He said the size of a small town. It was this enormous craft. And there were a series of very strange things, including some non-human phone call that we received right when he said that. The phone rang, and I got this extraordinarily almost metallic or insectoid-sounding chattering on the other end of the line at me, and then it just went dead. And I brought him out of the trance. I didn't know what had happened. This was more than we can handle.
I'm sure it was. That's really odd.
And I contacted my therapist the next morning and said, my husband remembered something very strange when he put himself in a trance last night. Would you talk to him? And I told him what he had remembered. it was a while. Apparently, we couldn't find anybody. Actually, I contacted several people in the area for help, and when nobody would respond, he went back deliberately into another trance state to see what that was about. He was extremely curious to know what the context was for these memories that he had suddenly had burst through a few nights before. And that's really how it all began. When he went back and looked, he recalled bits and pieces of what seemed to have been an abduction by non-human little creatures when he was only 11 months old on a trip in the car with his father. And he had never remembered this at all, anything about this ever. And his parents came from several states away to visit the next month, and we did have a chance to ask them about the situation as he remembered it without telling them, what he had remembered.
Mm-hmm.
And it was confirmed in a number of ways that, yes, a trip had been made under exactly those circumstances in that area at precisely that time. We pinpointed the day it happened because it was a memorable event, because his father and he were almost 2 hours later returning from a very short errand they were supposed to run for business than they should have been and had no explanation.
All right, this was in 1987, and this kind of launched you into an investigation of the entire phenomenon.
Exactly. It launched us into looking into what had gone on in his past. In the process of the investigation with Barbara Barthlick, I was also questioned about anomalous past events myself and turned up things I had consciously always remembered but never accounted for in any particular way. And we began looking into things in my past, and then we began having a series of current encounters, intruders, whatever you would like to call it, people varying on how they feel about it, but we certainly felt intruded upon. And this involved my husband and myself and my son, who lives in a different place. He was a graduate student in college, his fiancée and his roommate. And this was an ongoing series of intense events for well over a year before things finally calmed down. And
So this was affecting your entire family? In other words, they were having, and you had experiences?
yes, I had things that I had always remembered consciously, but I didn't know what they meant. And I think you'll find this story from any number of people who, once they wake up to a particular experience that seems to be a trigger. For instance, my husband did recall later under hypnosis what had happened in December of 1987 in the missing time period as he was watching this craft over the center of town. He remembered an abduction occurring. He remembered a series of physical events taking place in a very rushed and hurried atmosphere. And he remembered at one point when this incision was made deep into his leg, being told, "Now you will remember. It is time to remember."
Dr. Turner, if this craft appeared over the center of town, that was the phrase you just used,
That's exactly right, in the daytime.
then lots and lots of people should have seen it.
Well, one of the things I know now that I certainly didn't know then, after devoting several years of full-time effort to researching the entire subject, one of the things we know are that there are at least two kinds of sightings of craft. And there is one which seems more or less random and open, where many people in an area will spot the craft from different points of vantage points wherever they are in the area. People along the freeway pulling over and watching crafts. There were flat sightings like that reported intermittently throughout this history. But there are also targeted sightings that target the perceptive ability of only one person or a small group of people in a large area. And this is very common, that even in some case reports we've looked into, there might be a group of people, say 5 or 6, within a 20-foot radius of each other, and a craft appears that only 3 of those people are able to see.
Oh, boy. So then craft are able to do that, you believe. They're able to be seen by those they want to be seen by and nobody else.
I have no doubt about it. It's not a matter of belief. I think it's proven. Yes. So you have...
Proven by what means, Doctor?
By report, as much as anything in this field is going to be proven, so maybe I should modify the term, or at least define how I'm using it. To my satisfaction, I have a very short list of things I consider facts in this phenomenon because they are extremely hard to pin down. Things change, perceptions are distorted, and there's so much deception at the heart of the entire phenomenon, an illusion there, that pinning down any kind of fact is just almost impossible. But I think it's been confirmed to me, at least, by a number of investigated events, that there are targeted sightings in which people are targeted for the sighting and the people with them are not. In fact, I had witnessed a version of this last December. My mother-in-law, my husband, and I were called by some other people in the county where we live now that they had a sighting of a craft, and it was moving. When it moved away from their area, it moved in our general direction. And we went out onto the road to an open spot on the top of the mountain ridge where we lived so we could see a great distance. And we watched the craft come in and traverse the horizon less than a mile from us. And we watched it all together, talking about it as we watched it, and when it was gone and we were recapping what we had seen, we each had seen it with different colors doing different types of expressions of color and light.
Oh, boy. Well, that makes collection of data a little more difficult, doesn't it?
Well, that's one of the points I was trying to make and taken, that just about everything we took for granted has to be questioned in this field. We can't really accept at face value what abductive perceptions honestly report because they are manipulated to such a great degree.
How much of a mix of the UFO phenomenon do you think there's beginning to be with the metaphysical, Doctor?
Well, I think there's always been a great mix of it, don't you? If you look back even to the contactee cases.
Well, I do interview after interview with people like yourself, week in and week out, and I have noticed, Doctor, much more of a movement toward the metaphysical in an attempt to explain all of this.
Yes, I think there's a great deal of motivation toward that point of view, both in the UFO community. Sections of the research community promote this view very heavily.
It's very difficult, though, for a hard scientist to swallow it. But nevertheless, people like Dr. Mack, who was with us last week, are beginning to move in this direction. And I wonder if there, in other words, as we continue to investigate this entire phenomenon, and we want to approach it through the metaphysical, how do we do that?
Well, in just a moment when we have a break, I'll pull out a little statement that I had put together trying to deal with how do we approach this phenomenon, what are our options, and I'll share that with you after our next break. But one thing, we have, whatever one's approach may have been to this phenomenon in the past, there seems to have been such an acceleration of activity in all phases of it since I would say 1986 is the starting point, although, that's very vague. There's been such an intense increase in activity. I think it has chipped and hammered away at everyone's preconception about this phenomenon.
How long do you think we have been visited on this earth?
Well, I can give you a personal opinion. I can't give you a statement based on data. Personally, I think it may well have been for centuries, if not more than that. In fact, I jokingly, or half-jokingly, in talking with another person who's involved in this field a couple of days ago, I said, maybe abductees isn't the correct term really for what we're going through. I said, sometimes it does seem like perhaps everyone has had these experiences and always have. Maybe it's just that something is triggering the species to begin waking up to how to perceive that this is going on, and the waking up process hits individually one at a time, and maybe we're seeing a massive movement toward that.
All right. How are you to know, or how can you be sure, or assure us, that the experiences that you became aware of your own and of your husband were not part of this great false memory syndrome that everybody's talking about?
Well, it's limited to what one recalls under hypnosis to begin with, and then elaborates thereof as I understand it. Would you agree with that?
Well, false memory?
The basis of false memory syndrome, as far as I have seen it presented, is that in hypnotic regressions, ideas are implanted and elaborated, and thereafter are counted as real.
Yes, that's correct.
Well, the things in my life that we began looking into, I had always remembered since the time they happened very consciously. There was no hypnosis when I was, for instance, I remembered the first event before I was 6 years old. I remembered it when it happened. I remembered it the next morning. I remembered it thereafter.
What event was that?
I'm waking up in the middle of the night or coming to consciousness. I won't say waking up, but coming to awareness, conscious awareness in the middle of the backyard in the middle of the night by myself as far as my family was not there. And this creature that was very tall and very thin, and in my child's way of thinking, I called it a giant grasshopper because it was very insectoid looking, had hold of my arm and was telling me it was my mother, and I was screaming back at it, "No, you're not." I had remembered that since it happened. That was not something that came up out of the hypnosis session. I had never even delved into it with hypnosis.
Did you tell your real mother about that?
Of course. Of course. And they dismissed it, as I guess any parent would.
Bad dream.
As a bad dream. But I was very much aware of being awake and being in the backyard of this creature being beside me. That, for instance, had always been in my consciousness. Another incident that had happened in the 1970s, driving on a daytime trip on the interstate, in strange, almost solid-looking black cloud-like object had swept horizontally from beside the interstate onto the road in front of me, stopped right over, covering both lanes, and hovered there, and I thought, trying to make sense of it at 70 miles an hour, what an enormously dense black cloud of smoke, wonder where it came from, hope I don't hit anything when I drive through it.
Sure.
And remember bracing to go through this, and then the next thing I was aware of was seeing it in the rearview mirror behind me, still on the road, and never had any memory of going through it. That I've always remembered. These were not things that came up out of hypnosis.
So then, your thinking is that everybody, or almost everybody, may have had these experiences?
I would not rule it out, honestly, and although 6 years ago I would have absolutely denied that was a possibility, I can't deny it's a possibility now. I don't have any way of knowing. It may simply be that we are waking up to something that's been a condition of ours for eons.
Something has been going on for a long, long time.
Right, we may be coming to new perspectives, and just for metaphorical terms, a tricameralism of the psyche. We are a bicameral psyche right now in a number of ways. We may be developing a new set of perceptive abilities that will take us to another stage of
Is that some sort of process of evolution, do you think?
Certainly, either a leap, a mutation, a natural process. When it happens through the generations, there's always one generation at least that's transitional, if not, more.
If not more. Many believe that the process of evolution is so slow that no single generation could notice a change. But you're suggesting we may be one of those what's the right word? I'm becoming lost here, but we're a transitional, that's the best way to put it.
That may be. There are other people whose ideas about evolution are that as long as it may well go along slowly for the most part, and then there are unexplained quirky little leaps where it is fairly fast. For instance, the evolution of the Homo sapiens has some quirky little leaps in it that are not explained.
All right, well, you're on a fascinating tangent. Hold on just a moment, and we'll come back to you. Dr. Carla Turner is my guest. Do you think we're in some sort of a transitional, what a fascinating concept, it's a new one, some sort of transitional change? Fascinating. Never thought about it that way. We'll be right back. It's not... are you there?
Yes, I sure am.
Good. All right, so perhaps we are some sort of transitional generation, and we're all slowly becoming aware of this. That would also, by the way, be validated by the interest in programs like this one, and it is amazing how much interest there is.
Yes, there is. This is part of a lot of people's awareness as they've studied this in the last few years. I think I had a real advantage not knowing anything about the entire field or history of ufology when we were thrust right into the middle of it. And being able, having been trained through my academic work to assess and gather data, to analyze trends and historical perspective and context in different areas of activity, I was able to take in rather quickly, through a great deal of work, the history, at least that was in print, of all the different studies and approaches to this field in a fairly short amount of time. So I was able to get an overview. And one of the things that stood out was this acceleration of change after a certain point in the modern time. There seemed to have been sort of a status quo for centuries.
Mm-hmm.
If you look at the work of Jacques Vallée and others who've delved into the legends, the myths, the religious lore, the historical records, in fact, from ages before ours, and see that there were these intermittent accounts that fall within the realm of the UFO phenomena, it was fairly static as far as the acceleration of activity until the modern age. And then we see certain kinds of activity beginning, and then beginning massively, and then those becoming more and more complex, leading up to the massive numbers of people who I believe are telling the honest truth about what they think has happened to them, reporting honestly on events as they've perceived them, and the numbers are staggering.
What do you think all this is headed toward, this increased awareness, even this evolutionary change? What is it headed toward?
Well, again, I'm having to speak from a fairly educated opinion, but certainly no one in this field can claim to have any hard and fast answers from which to work, so we're all making guesses. But I think that if you look at studies that show species societies or groups in intense stress situations go through a metamorphosis. Often physically they'll sicken and die. If they don't, they have mental adaptation processes. They get pushed to react and respond in ways that haven't been forced to before, simply because there was no need for it. And we may well be going through what is normal as far as evolutionary processes are occurred, and just gaining these perceptive abilities that are now allowing us to see interactions and activity of a certain dimensional nature we weren't able to perceive before.
I guess what I was asking is, at some point, do you perceive that there may be a kind of a critical mass of awareness?
I think that's theoretically possible, sure. I think it may be necessary if we're going to really encounter and confront and deal with this situation as we have it right now. And yes, I think most people, you get the feeling most people are asleep to the subject. But if there were, as I see growing in the past several years, numbers of people waking up in different ways, then you begin to think, yes, this could have a critical mass effect.
What would that, do you think, result in socially? If somehow we all began to become aware that, oh yes, not only have we been visited for hundreds of years, we're being visited now. It's occurring to many, if not most people. And
it's not a visit.
Yeah.
It's something quite different.
Well, okay, let me take off down that road. What is it?
My best opinion is that it is some form, metaphorically speaking, of farming. That we have some source, we are a source for certain somethings, qualities or physical materials or energetic energy patterns. I have no idea, although all of those are possible given the data of the abduction report.
Hopefully, we are not as cows are to human beings.
Well, hopefully, but realistically speaking, that's not out of the realm of the data possibility. That if our cows begin to develop, say, self-consciousness, and they begin to perceive their situation more accurately, we would have a big problem on our hands. We would certainly have to change our methods of interacting with the cows. And when we see the changes that have accelerated in the past few years, 10 years, in this phenomenon, you begin to wonder what's made them change from hundreds of years of fairly static procedures.
Would you think that if that was the scenario, that, if you'll excuse the expression, our creators intended for us to be self-aware, or not?
I think it may be one of those ironic accidents. And again, I'm theorizing. You're talking theory, I'm going to talk theory back, but I'm not going to talk any theory that goes greatly against the data as I know it. All right?
Well, that's fair enough. All right. So we are at the top of the hour, so hold your response, if you would, please. We'll be back to Dr. Carla Turner, who's coming to us from rural Arkansas. And we'll talk more about abductions next. This is Dreamland.
That's just not fitting. The boxes are very limited. One thing we have to be committed to is, I think, researching the widest possible body of data instead of being very selective because of personal biases or personal preconceptions about what we're going to consider. But the problem is, when you put it in the box, you don't have a good fit. If what's going on here were known to someone, it would be worth the rest of the world's attention, certainly, to know what the answers might be. I don't have any. We were talking about theories a while ago. Certainly everybody's got a theory. I would like to comment on something you did say earlier, though, about perhaps these creatures might have been our creator.
Yes.
I think probably if we wanted to examine a variety of evidence types, including some of the more ancient records, we might find that they could be considered more correctly perhaps interloping farmers.
interloping farmers?
Well, the way that we, as a species, the human species, has taken over wild animals
Yes.
time and again and domesticated them
Yes.
and genetically altered them for our benefit.
Well, that's true. While we certainly did not create cows,
No,
we
we
could be considered their farmers, couldn't we?
Exactly, and we've genetically manipulated them through the centuries through selective breeding programs in the beginning and
Yes, we
then
have.
through more laboratory-type methods in the recent years.
All right, we use cows for food.
Right.
While you don't rule that out with regard to how the aliens may be using us, what is your best guess, based on your research, as to what they're doing with us?
Well, they're doing a variety of things with us, and this is what makes it hard, Art. We know they're taking certain kinds of substances from us. They take sperm, they take ova, they may well be taking fetuses if we can trust the perceptions of the people who've reported this. They take body fluids, they add fluids to our system. They take flesh samples, hair samples. They take energy. In fact, one of the more common things that I began to run into when I was making connections with many other cases of abduction reports was a phenomenon that some people call being vacuumed, where you're in a totally normal physical energy state, and then as if a switch were thrown and a vacuum sucks all your energy out, you totally are without any energy. It's more than exhaustion. When it's happened to me, I couldn't even move my lips to talk. And it took 15, 20 minutes of recovery time to regain energy. So they certainly are taking energy in some way.
All right, I've talked to a lot of people who call up who think they have been abducted or tampered with in some way, and they have awakened in the middle of the night to a paralyzed state. Is that a common report?
Sure. It's a common report. They either wake paralyzed or become that way soon after perceiving entities or a light in the room. Yes. But if it were all just happening in the bedroom, I think we'd have a very different phenomenon. You know, of course, from the other calls you've gotten that it happens to groups of people at the same time. It happens
Yes.
in the middle of the day, on the highway, in town, at parties. So we're not dealing with something that's easily explainable as a night phenomenon, but that does seem to be a very, very common occurrence.
And again, your view is what? That there's a genetic reason, perhaps, for all of this experimentation?
I think part of it may be, given the kinds of reports we have, that they are certainly doing something that's quite physical in both its aim and its procedures, that this is not a spiritual phenomenon primarily, as some people would very much like it to be. The purpose of a spiritual phenomenon is not being served by a number of procedures that are reported over and over again in the abduction scenario. These are very physical concerns, brain operations, blood alterations, implants, for instance, which would really have nothing to do with a spiritual phenomena.
That's true. What is the state of the research into these implants? I know that we have actually some physical samples of implants. What is the best available evidence? Do you know?
Oh, very little, to tell you the truth. The best available evidence I've heard recently has concerned reports of analysis into a number of potential or alleged implant objects, but so far nothing has turned up that is easily explained. Some are completely terrestrial materials, but that still doesn't explain who made them or for what purpose. Others appear to be just anomalous in the sense that they can say what it isn't, but they can't really say what it is, nor, in fact, that it's extraterrestrial in origin.
All right. Is it necessarily extraterrestrial in origin? And I go back to my visit last week with Dr. Mack from Harvard. He said that, look, a lot of these implants that have been analyzed have turned out to be very terrestrial in terms of the materials in them.
Exactly.
Dr. Mack is not blind to the possibility that these creatures, whatever they are, may come from either another time or another dimension, but in fact from this Earth, on some plane, from this very Earth. And if that would be true, it would explain the materials being common to this Earth.
Certainly, if they had been interacting with our species for a long, long time, they would know very well the materials on this plane or this Earth.
Sure, they would.
Wherever they come from, if they came from another planet, if they came from another dimension, if they came from a dimension parallel to ours on this planet, those are all possibilities because we don't have any answers, and they certainly behave as if they dimensional hop. In a sense, they manipulate dimension. They manipulate time. There's no doubt about that. And their physical activities, as we've observed them, show they manipulate spatially.
All right. In your book, Taken, you go into 8 separate cases.
Right.
Apparently, all women.
Yeah, this time around, I focused on 8 different women's cases. I thought it gave one of the points of doing this project was to give an adequate sampling of in-depth reports, so that correlations and comparisons could be made. And I thought it was one more factor that was part of the correlation process that these cases all happen to be women. The book I'm working on now that should be available by December concerns one man's case. So I don't just work with women. I don't want to leave that impression.
All right. By the way, there are very few by number women who are UFO investigators or investigators in your field. Most of the people investigating in this field seem to be men. Have you noticed that?
Of course, yes. And it's not been easy to be one of the few women in this field, I'll have to say that, although some people have made very good efforts toward me. But still, I think not only do I have that strike perhaps against me considering the numbers of women who aren't in this field, but also I have a strike in some people's eyes against me because I have had personal experiences that in some people's thinking is a contamination that means I shouldn't research. And I guess I could see their point of view, but I think, on the other hand, it gives me additional advantage in researching.
Well, if you really had the experience, and I went 48 years of my life, Dr. Turner, without seeing a UFO and then finally saw one almost a year ago, it compels you, and so I can easily understand why you would dive into this research. It's not easy. What have your colleagues said?
Academic colleagues?
Yeah, that's right.
Very little. In confidence, several have talked about personal sighting experiences, but never publicly. I left the area where I was teaching in 1991 was the last semester I taught in the spring, and I moved to another state, so I really haven't been in contact with them since then. What they may think about it now, I can't tell you. However, they are among the rest of the population in this abduction statistic field, that there are people at the university level who have experiences, just like there are, in one case, probably the most extreme as far as deprivation I know, a case in the Ozark Mountains of a family so remote and so without access to what we would think of as contaminating material. They had no electricity, no television, no any really contact, very menial labor, and the woman was totally illiterate and couldn't read. And yet her experiences parallel those of the college professors and the doctors and the artists and the housewives who also have this.
You said there were a number of things, or at least a few things, that you could nail down as certain about this entire phenomenon.
Well, there are certain things that I have now, to my satisfaction, I accept as fact rather than as theory.
What are those?
Well, so some of them include, for instance, the fact that we don't know, there is no evidence. It is a fact we do not know where these creatures come from or what, in fact, their true nature is. In other words, I have not found any of the theories to explain their origin or their nature to be overwhelmingly proven by the data. Let
me try approaching it, though, from the other angle. Are you convinced, Doctor, through your research, that this is a hidden hand, that there are aliens, no matter where they may come from, who are here?
Yes, I have personally experienced it. It's a matter of knowledge and experience with me, not even a conjecture.
Not even a question?
No, no question. What they are, I cannot tell you, and I don't think anyone else can either, but they're not us.
And as to their purpose, all you're sure of is you don't know?
Well, on my list of facts, number 2 on the list is that at least some of these creatures are consummate liars and deceivers. This is a fact. There is no doubt. And the evidence goes back to the beginning of the contactee scenario all the way through reports I've gotten in the last week from cases that are ongoing now.
All right, give me a good example. What makes you believe they are consummate liars?
Well, they have made, over the years, to particular individuals, a number of very specific predictions or warnings or scenarios. that have never come to pass. Sometimes small events that they predict in the beginning of a list of warnings or predictions will occur, which makes the person who's received this list of predictions take the list as a very credible level and prepare for these other things to happen, and then they do not happen. Now, this goes back to the early 50s as far as reports of interactions and communications from these creatures. They also have given a number of contradictory explanations to various abductees for the same procedures or the same part of the agenda. For instance, and as I talk about this in Taken, one woman was shown at one point during some of her encounters a cloned copy of her body. It was inert. And this happens in a number of cases. Many people have reported seeing inert human bodies. Sometimes copies of themselves, sometimes not, just other bodies. And one case, Pat was told that these bodies were for the resurrection. Now, throughout Pat's experiences, a religious symbology was employed with her because it was she had a very strong basic faith.
By the way, is it your view that those who start out with a very strong religious faith attribute their experience to some sort of religious occurrence?
I think they may tend to, and I think that tendency is greatly amplified by the programming of the aliens themselves. They'll take on whatever guise works or follow whatever procedure really accomplishes their program.
Let me take it from their point of view for a second. Why do you think that these beings are not connected to what we think of as traditional religion in some way? A lot of religious people will say, well, these are devils, or they're angels, or they're spirits, and this is not an area we should be even looking into.
Well, my personal answer would be that they do not behave in the reports we have from abduction accounts anything like, or very seldom anything like, any of the reports of spirits and angels in our religious literature that these people use as the basis of their beliefs, for one thing. As I've said before, I have never yet found anywhere in the Bible where one of the angel's duties was a rectal probe on a 6-year-old child.
Yeah, good point. Good point.
All right, now that's a starting place for questioning that. Secondly, the entire range of their procedures with us make that very suspect. The physical activities are numerous, and nothing like this seems related to a spiritual agenda, if that's what they were pursuing. I will agree that they indoctrinate and program us throughout these encounters, if that's going to be effective with us, to take it on a spiritual level. For instance, with Pat, when they first abducted her entire family back in 1954, the preachers told her that she said, "Are you angels?" And they said, "Yes, but not as you have been taught." But that works with Pat. In another case, with Lisa, she was also shown a clone of her body. And she was not told anything about a spiritual use for this for the resurrection when Jesus returns and we get our new bodies. No, she was told instead that this body was used in a sense to threaten or warn her that if she were not cooperative with the ongoing program of whatever it is they're doing with her, that she could be replaced by this body and no one would ever know the difference. Those are not consistent answers.
I wonder how many of us have been replaced.
Well, in the next book that I'm getting ready to publish called Masquerade of Angels, we're going to delve into exactly that question because
that's the title of your book, is the working title, Masquerade of Angels?
It is the title. It is, yes.
Oh, what an intriguing title. What made you pick that?
Well, I hope you'll get a chance to read the story and you'll probably see for yourself. It deals with one man's experiences, a psychic, practicing psychic for more than 20 years, a man named Ted Rock, who began his work in Atlanta and is now in Louisiana, has lived a number of places, and intellectually and spiritually grew up into the spiritualist, metaphysical, what would be the precursor of the New Age movement very early on, very intensely, very actively. Dealt with what he thought were spirit guides for a number of years, until he had a massive, very intense abduction experience, obviously not spirit creatures, aboard a spacecraft, along with a number of the neighbors down the street where he lived.
So he did a quick reassessment.
He did begin to look for some explanations. Nothing his spirit guides had ever given him had anything to do with this, had ever prepared him or discussed it, whatever. So we began this has gone on for several years now. The investigation into his lifelong series of events is probably more in-depth than any one investigation I've been involved in, and we've got a number of signed affidavits attesting to the veracity of the accounts. We've done hypnosis with a number of people after their conscious recollections have been recorded. The verification of the series of events is extraordinary, and among those, we have to deal with the question of cloning and replacement, and in fact, the nature of the human soul, and what we may not have understood about it all along.
The nature of the human soul.
Exactly. Because one of the things I will not discount, one of the things that's on my list of facts is that these creatures show a very, for me, very disturbing interest in the human soul.
That's very interesting, Doctor. I did a series of interviews with a friend of mine. His name is John Lear. Do you know that name?
Yes, I've heard Mr. Lear speak on a couple of occasions back in the 80s.
Mr. Lear, in latter interviews, and I'm going to do another one, I hope, with him soon, referred to the human body as a vessel for the soul. That the aliens regard our bodies as a vessel for the soul. Have you heard him say that?
I've not heard him say that, but I've heard a number of abductees who have reported being told that and having that lesson stressed to them by the aliens, and I think there is a reason for that. Certainly, that one of the things not only in much of the alien contactee and channel material, but also in the New Age movement in general.
Doctor, I've got to hold you there. We're at the bottom of the hour. Stand by. We'll be right back. This is Dreamland. Agenda. And frankly, that's what we've been talking a little bit about, is their agenda. And we're going to do more of it in just a moment. I'm Art Bell. Stay right where you are. It's not that often that I get a chance to tell you all about a product that is effectively begin taking phone calls, I promise. So if you want to get on the lines, Dr. Turner is going to be available to you in just a moment. Dr. Turner.
Yes, sir.
I want to finish up on the souls.
Yes, I'd like to go back to what we were discussing about before the break, if I could, for just a minute. You were talking about John Lear saying that the bodies are containers or vessels for the soul.
That's right.
That's very different things. Going back to what we were talking about even earlier, if these interloping farmers had begun genetic manipulations with the species that they found here to bring it up to a more useful level for them, one of the things that they might have tried to do or might have done was to increase the level of intelligence in the species so that it could in fact pretty much tend its own farm. If you get my understanding.
I'm afraid I do.
All right. And then this being what they propose to do, the purpose of this is inevitably having its own reactions thereafter in the species, what might have led up to the transition that we're maybe making to a new level of intelligence, an additional perceptive intelligence. And if that were the case, and you knew that your cows were waking up in this manner, wouldn't it be one of the things you would want them to very much believe, something you would want to instill in them very deeply, to de-emphasize the value of their physical nature and physical existence? Wouldn't you, if this is a product you are using in some way, wouldn't you want it to not have be placing a great emphasis on its physical nature? And one of the things that they very often do tell abductees and contactees is that the body is of no importance, it is just a container, don't worry about it. free yourself from it. They downplay our physical existence very greatly in part of their programming. And I think I can see a reason why they might be doing that.
If they regarded us as we might regard cows who are slowly awakening, yes.
Right.
It's very unsettling, disturbing thought, though, for an awful lot of people.
I know it is. It's for me too. But when you start looking at the straight data, the real reports, not being censored and not being doctored in any way, you have to consider how do we account for all of this stuff. And we see over and over that they take from us, that they manipulate our understanding and screen our understanding of what they're doing with us, and they're doing a great deal of physical work with us, which seems to be also is transgenerational. We've seen that. It's an ongoing genetic sort of program, perhaps. And if we were waking up to the fact of our being used, our being a resource, certainly they would not want us to be overly attached to our physical existence if they're using it.
No, I do agree. All right, I've got to do this. Let's go to the audience and begin to take a few calls. You've given me a lot to digest. On our toll-free line, you're on the air with Dr. Carlin Turner. Hi.
Hi, Art.
Where are you, sir?
I am in Seattle.
Seattle, all right.
Great show tonight. Great show. I really enjoy listening to the doctor. Now, you were saying that there's been reports of, bodily fluids being taken.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
Now, what if, say I was abducted 20 years ago, what are the odds of me receiving a phone call from Mars, collect, and somebody wanting child support? If I have a son that's 20 years old on some other planet, what are the odds that I might meet him?
Well, I think that's a humorous way to look at it, but I don't think you have to worry about it. If you were going to meet him, then probably make sure it took place. I would like to say, however, that I am not at all convinced they are actually hybridizing and breeding the way that they have very strongly led us to believe. I think there may well be something else going on, and that is a cover story in effect.
Great.
So I wouldn't worry about any little babies out there. As far as having living, breathing, individual, soul-like existence as we understand it, no. Certainly they do take our reproductive material and they're doing something with it. The evidence does indicate in some ways that they may well be using all that material to grow their little gray worker machine.
Wow.
Instead of making hybrid children as the point of their work, it may be a resource for their slave system, their machine system, their industrial equivalent, whatever you'd like to call it.
All right, thank you. So, Doctor, the Greys, as we call them, you may regard as sort of worker bees?
Well, I certainly had, in my physical encounters with them, had a very strong and deep and clear impression that they were not soul-bearing creatures. People have reported over and over again that they don't seem alive, there's no emotion, there's no soul energy. And a number of these worker sorts that come in and do sort of routine procedures. Yes. And they are remarkably fetal, they're remarkably humanoid. They may be a genetically manipulated version of the fetus grown and developed in certain ways as a dedicated program machine.
Do you think, Doctor, this is way out in the speculative area, but do you think that we were supposed to become aware, or do you think that this growing awareness that we appear to have is an unexpected byproduct?
I think that it's likely it could be an unexpected byproduct. It may well be something that we would naturally have evolved to on our own without genetic intrusion
The implant thing, being of organic materials that aren't otherworldly, isn't the best? I mean, I buy into the theory that that's just simply so that they're not detected.
I think that it works that way very often, yes.
Okay, and secondly, I was just reading Dr. Jacobs' book, Secret Life, and I was trying to figure out if I was being abducted repeatedly, and I had to put a stop to it. I mean, I was trying to think of ways that I would try to prevent this abduction experience from reoccurring.
Right.
And as I know that they don't seem to like, I mean, these beings, they don't seem to care for video cameras being around. They want to remain secret. Could you, like, perhaps handcuff yourself to your bed or something like that?
We've had a number of people try a number of different ways to protect themselves at night, and of course you've heard the story of the person who did use a video camera set up toward the bed, and when on nights nothing happened, it showed absolutely no activity, and then one night, looking at the tape from that night, what it showed was the person getting up out of bed, going over to the wall and unplugging the video machine. You know.
What about getting the help of a third person, literally handcuffing yourself to the bed?
I have one person right now has reached that point where they have tried tying themselves to their to her husband or to the bed, and it doesn't seem to make any difference.
All right, he asked a couple of other questions about the numbers and whether it's a worldwide phenomenon.
Well, Dave Jacobs, I know, probably reported, if you've heard him on interviews or at presentations he's given on the Roper poll a couple of years ago, that based on their statistics, estimated that perhaps 1 in 40 Americans had reported details that would match up with this scenario. Jacobs has said in public and in private both that those numbers were actually much higher than that on the original poll statistics, and that frankly they watered them down because they didn't think people would believe them. So we're talking about higher potential numbers than 1 in 40, perhaps 1 in 20 or 1 in 10. We don't really know, because as we find out, when people do wake up and become aware of it, it's been going on throughout their lives without them being aware. How many other people are not aware yet?
There are a lot of people not aware out there, and I have one phenomenon I've noticed in doing this kind of program is of many of those who are not aware, when they're confronted with the kind of information you've been giving tonight, they respond with outright anger.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, they flat get angry.
Absolutely, and that's a fear reaction. That anyone who has a very, very strong reaction, either obsessively or in angry and denying terms, one wonders what motivation, because that is not a typical, normal, unaffected reaction. And I can understand it. I don't want this to be true either, and I certainly have not been, I don't know that I would have ever chosen to be aware of it, to tell you the truth.
All right. On our toll-free line, you're on the air with Dr. Turner. Good evening.
Hello, how are you?
Fine.
Kimmy is calling from Portland, KEX.
Yes, ma'am.
Hello. I just want to make a few calls. Great show tonight, or a few comments. I feel that there are answers to these questions. Each weekend on Dreamland, we keep hearing, we don't have the answers, we don't have the answers. I have an experience in 1986, so similar to Dr. Turner's. I, too, in Las Vegas, saw a craft in the middle of a busy intersection with my husband at that time, and no one else saw it. And I've often wondered if that's a phenomenon that other people have experienced. My life changed after that. I did much research, and a lot of my research has led me to books, and that involve people channeling information from beings.
Right.
Through telepathy. Through telepathy, the same way that these abductors communicate through the abductees. I know a lot of people are, skeptical when we mention channeling.
I'm one of them.
Yeah, I'm another one, because there's no possible way to verify anything that they give us, much less the source of the channeled material. And I'm just a very skeptical person, I hope by nature and by training both. If there is no way to confirm something, then it is certainly not an idea or a piece of information upon which I'm going to base any serious response.
I understand so many of us want to find this information through the regular, concrete way that we've done everything, and
of accommodation. We cannot tell from channel material that is unverifiable which way we should be preparing.
Let me ask this. Many abductions have occurred, and I do believe that they are occurring, and I do believe there's a reason for this new awareness and this sudden awareness of these abductions. And they always say that the way that the abductors communicate is through telepathy.
Right.
So if in fact this is occurring, so many people, Art has never had an abduction memory. I don't have an abduction memory, and yet I believe it's true. I believe it when someone says, I was there, I heard them communicate with me through telepathy. Well, I have very, very close friends, and myself, I have telepathic abilities, but I can't prove it. Just like the people who are on board can't prove they've been abducted. We have to start taking another viewpoint.
All right, I do agree, but Dr. Turner, I've got to admit, I'm one of the ones not very comfortable with the way you're laying it out. I don't know why. It kind of puts me on edge.
I wish I could give you a beautiful picture. I just don't have one. But
oh no, I'm not asking you to do that. I'm just saying that my reaction to it, and I deal with this material all the time. My reaction is kind of an uncomfortable one.
In what sense,
I guess in the way you're describing what you think their intentions toward us may be.
It's uncomfortable in that it doesn't fit what you know, or it's uncomfortable because it would imply something you wouldn't like. I don't understand. That's what I was saying.
Yeah, I guess it would imply something that I wouldn't like, that I'm just not comfortable with, that we are to them perhaps as cows are to us.
I'm not comfortable with it either, but reality is going to be what it is, whether we're comfortable or not. That's what we're trying to figure out. And then getting past the point of being uncomfortable or afraid or angry and all the other emotions that these go through, and people who come to understand this is true, whether they've had it happen to them or not, that they're aware of, you've got to get past that to the next stage. That's stage one. Stage two is now what do we do?
Okay, all right, I like that. What do we do?
I don't know. We haven't all picked up and perceived it correctly. We are perceiving bits and pieces still, and we are so highly manipulated by these beings. The nature of it is deceptive and illusionary. And until we can see past that and learn techniques for penetrating that, we're not going to know how to respond.
All right, on the first-time caller line, you're on the other side of the Turner. Good evening.
Yes, this is Jamie in Northeast Oregon, listening to OK Gold.
Yes?
And my question tonight, well, basically, two things. The first one is in the evolutionary topics earlier tonight. Do you think that possibly, rather than evolutionary, that the awareness is due to the awareness of this phenomenon is due to our technology now being so much more advanced than it has been in history, adding acceptance to the idea that we're not alone?
All right, I wouldn't think it would be our technology.
No.
What do you think, Dr.
No,
Turner?
I certainly don't. I think, for instance, what I see is an individual responses to the phenomenon. I see people waking up to some of the illusions while they're still in the experience. They're not doing it through technology. This is a one-at-a-time thing that I'm seeing happen, and yet it has an effect, a ripple effect through society's thinking and perceptions and acceptances. I don't think it's because our technology has perceived new things, but it has shown us at least that we're able, through other ways than the primitive five senses we know, to make perceptions. Now, if we suddenly develop for instance, the visual ability to see the ultraviolet and the infrared spectrum with our own eyes,
Yeah.
that would be a change. That would be a transitional, a new phase, or a new level of our perceptive ability. That's what I'm talking about.
All right. Back to the phone. So a lot of people want to talk to you on the wild card line. You're on the air with Dr. Turner. Where are you calling from, please?
Redding, California.
Okay.
Dr. Turner? Yes, I have had an experience like when your husband said that he was driving in the car and with his parents or something?
With his father, huh?
Yeah, and I don't know how to describe it, but I've had a really similar experience right down to the scar on the back of my leg. And I was wondering, aside from insatiable curiosity, was there any like altruistic reasoning you can give me for doing something like this and what I should do?
for pursuing the investigation of your own hostile experiences?
Yeah.
Right now, to be brutally honest, I don't really recommend anyone pursue them.
Really?
No, I don't. If they're giving you problems, if you're having emotional problems or relationship problems or physical stress symptoms because of repressed memories trying to surface, that's another thing. You may not have much of a choice except to go ahead and dive into it. But if it's just curiosity, and at this stage, knowing right now that two things. One, we don't know what to do about it at this stage. So it's not like I can say, yes, once you find out, then you can go do this and change the situation. You can't do that. At this stage, we can't do that. The second thing is that if we are truly going through this transitional process and maybe coming to awarenesses, it will evolve in its own inevitability with you. And it won't be a choice of trying to find out. It will be an awareness of, because you're taking in new perception information.
Yeah. Well,
But if you're not being pushed, if you're not being stressed, I don't see what purpose will serve by doing this. You will change your life so dramatically with this knowledge.
I sleep a lot better.
Right, and you can never forget it once you have uncovered it. So if you're not prepared for a real alteration in your life, I don't see why you would want to pursue it.
All right, thank you. So in your view, unless there are psychological reasons, it could be more damaging to pursue than to just leave it alone.
I won't say damaging, but I think frustrating as far as, she said now if I delve into it, any reasons why I should know what I can do. We don't know what we can do yet. I think that point would be very frustrating.
Well, I'm remembering this now. Sometimes we can't make now. We're being obsessed
Right.
with it.
And you really don't have a choice. That's what I was telling her, that if it reaches a point where something internal pushes her hard enough, she will make a breakthrough in some way, whether it's spontaneously or by feeling compelled to seek out an investigator or hypnotist or whatever to try to get more information. None of that will happen because she has to.
Stand by. Right time. You're listening to Dreamland, kind of disturbing one, on the CBC radio network. I'm Turner. Hi. All right. A lot of people want to talk to you, Dr. Turner, so I guess we better stay with the telephones.
That's fine.
To them we go in the toll-free line. You're on the air with Dr. Carla Turner.
Yes, this is Steve from Seattle.
Hi.
I was wanting to make a comment in regards to some experiences that I have had, and I have only remembered them as good. But I know that they're getting too well with some of the terrible things.
Right.
As far as the little gray men, I do agree with you that they are slaves, in my experiences that I have had with them. But the people that rule over them are almost military.
Yeah, there seems to be a lot of getting down to business with their procedures.
Right, and from my experiences, it has almost been a perception that I hold some kind of rank there, and I am, I guess, have a higher status than others.
Well, I will tell you that there has been a number of abductees who have been told at some point in their experiences or made to believe that they too are working in some conjunction with the aliens and are special and have a higher rank. So that is not the first I've heard of that.
And I was wondering if anyone has had any experience with maybe Sean a laser weapon system that
we don't know.
Well, perhaps the examination would possibly lead to an appointment of some type.
Well, but it was just an extraordinarily strange situation. If 3 were inducted, 2 were examined, and 1 went to work.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Dr. Turner, stay good and close to your telephone for us.
All right.
All right. Again, on the wild card line, you're on the air with Dr. Colin Turner.
Hello there.
Hello.
Hi, I'm calling from Northern California, Art.
Yes, sir.
This is Sparky. Your guest there has lots of right-on ideas and researching. Dr. Turner, it is?
Yes, sir.
Oh, yeah, it's probably been found out with all your research that Earth has a history of being sort of spiritually retarded, so to speak.
I can't say that that's been the finding of my research, no.
Well, with what I hear, that, well, you're kind of getting the idea. I haven't been able to listen to the radio, so I'm not really, it don't really come in too good. Okay, so I'm lost that we're...
All right. Well, perhaps I misrepresented it. For our capabilities, for our natural capabilities, I think we are a fairly spiritual species.
And again, circling back, we were not necessarily, in your view, meant to begin this awakening, to in other words, realize what's going on to us, with us. That may be
Right.
sort of a byproduct.
Right. It could be an unhappy result of something unforeseen from the manipulations they have been doing with us all along.
Mm-hmm.
Or again, it may simply be part of a natural process. Whatever stage we're at after their manipulations, we still continue to change.
Okay. On the first-time caller line, you're on the air with Dr. Turner. Hi.
Hi, this is Debbie from St. Louis.
Hi,
and,
Debbie.
I had a question about if they are interloping farmers, then how do you explain the purpose for aliens showing women their hybrid babies and telling them to hold the child?
Right. There's a number of possibilities that could explain it. One female who had gone through this process was very clear when it was over about her assessment of why they were doing it. She felt it had very little at all to do with the actual well-being of the child, that it was more of an experiment or test-type situation to elicit certain emotional responses from her for whatever purpose that they needed them or wanted to study them. She felt that it had very little to do with the baby. The responses of people to these so-called hybrid infants that they're shown and told belong to them in some way ranges from instant love and bonding to repulsion to bewilderment to rejection. There's not an overwhelming sense across the board that these are really their children. There's that scenario being presented for them, but whether it's an accurate one or not, we don't know.
So there's no sense of what they're trying to achieve with that kind of union.
Well, I can see a number of reasons they might want to, but again, we're theorizing to bond us in a certain subordinate position, to convince us on some level that this is a benevolent interference, to elicit more cooperation from us. If you're bonded by sharing offspring, that's a pretty close bond.
It sure is.
You're not always in equal relationships in that bond, however. Certainly there would be, reasons for that kind of approach in the setup from their point of view.
All right. On the wild card line, you're on the air with Dr. Turner. Good evening.
Good evening. This is Jody, KOH Reno.
Hi, Jody.
Hi, Doctor. Why is it, the last caller hit on it a little, why is it that it's only the people reporting about the hybrids that you seem to doubt? And also I'd like to know, who is it that you think the Bible is referring to when it speaks of demons and angels? Thank you.
All right. Great questions. I appreciate it. First off, I don't mean to imply that I doubt that part of the abductee story. I do not. I know very deeply that these people are telling the honest truth. And it's a matter of whether what they saw and thought they experienced is the actuality or if it is something else. One of the things I talk about in Taken and we'll be discussing in more detail in A Masquerade of Angels is a capability these creatures have called what I call virtual reality. I borrowed the term, I admit that, where scenarios are created for a particular targeted person that feel to all the senses as if it is actually occurring when in fact it is not. And we've had a couple of cases where it has been witnessed by people outside this targeted person's sphere of activity who have watched. In fact, I talk about this in the first chapter of Taken. Two people unaffected watching a third person going through an experience that to her was absolutely real, and she was awake while it was happening, and they were in the room with her. But what she was convinced happened was not perceivable to the people unaffected by the energy field that had coalesced around her.
All right, demons and angels.
Demons and angels. I don't know what demons and angels meant to the people who wrote about them originally. I'm not in their mindset or in their frame of reference to know what they specifically meant by it themselves. I just know we give it a lot of different interpretations now. These creatures have capabilities that seem supernatural to us, but they would not perhaps seem that way if we had equivalent technology or if we had equivalent perceptive capabilities. I don't know if that's why we've always put these creatures perhaps on a supernatural plane.
Well, she said, what do you think the Bible was talking about when it mentions demons and angels?
It could have been talking about creatures like this in some instance, in some cases. I don't really know. I think that makes sense given some other things that are recorded not only in the Bible but in other world religious documents.
All right. On the toll-free line, you're on the air. Good evening.
Good evening. This is Fritz from Phoenix calling.
Hi, Fritz.
Dr. Turner,
yes?
When will the medical profession that does abductee research, like yourself and many, many other doctors out there, psychiatrists, realize that the abduction scenario must be turned around in a positive direction? You can't stop it. You know it's going to continue. Get the fear out of the program.
I agree with you entirely. There are two things going on in the abduction field right now as far as I can tell, and one is abductee therapy, which is the major activity going on in the field, which is exactly what you say, helping people who need the help learn better how to cope with the scenario that they cannot change. That's therapy. I agree. I don't do therapy. I'm doing research. That's a totally different thing with a different goal and a different approach. But certainly, yes, you have to learn to cope. However, I would point this out also. It is the minority, as far as I can tell, of abductees who actually need medically trained mental health professionals to assist them in coping. Most of us have had this since our early childhood. We have already found coping mechanisms, or we wouldn't have reached adulthood sanely. It is the minority, or it is at very temporary times that people go through so much stress or so much discomfort that they need professional help. For the most part, we cope very well, thank you.
It's funny. I'm trying to analyze my own feelings, Dr. Turner, about why this the scenario, I guess the way you laid it out, disturbs me so. And he was talking about fear. I guess a little bit of this, to me, if this is true, I feel a little bit of that fear.
I understand. I have felt it myself, and I don't know anyone involved in this, even if they think it's the most wonderful thing that happened, has not felt some fear at some point. All I can say is that fear does you no good. You have to get it out of your system, the sooner the better. Fear impedes you from having the ability to assess things in a rational manner or in an intuitive manner.
That it does, just as anger will also accomplish that.
However, anger is a positively motivating emotion compared to fear. If you have to put an intense emotion into one or the other, I suggest anger. It helps you focus. It does help even your logic focusing unless you're just in a rage.
Well,
whereas
exactly.
fear incapacitates your ability to react rationally.
It does. It's true. On the toll-free line, you're on the air with Dr. Turner. Good evening. No, you're not. On the wild card line, you're on the air with Dr. Turner. Hi.
Radio Free America.
Yes.
Dr. Turner, are you familiar with the term nephilim?
No, yes, I am in the works of Sitchin and in some references to possible ancient,
Actually, it only happened. It's only in the Bible twice, in Genesis and in Numbers, and it refers to a race that was on the earth before the flood and after the flood. And a lot of biblical scholars believe that angels at the time, before the flood of Noah, had intercourse with women.
I'm familiar with that scenario.
And what is your belief that this is what could be happening?
Well, it could be a a partially or somewhat or a totally correct account of things that occurred. I'm not ruling that out. The level of its accuracy is something that's open to debate, I certainly think. Perhaps that's a metaphorical way of accounting for a species coming in with the capability to genetically alter us so that we become a different race, and we become, in a metaphorical sense, their offspring. I can see that as a possibility, as much as it being a literal story or as much as it being a bewildered writer's attempt to, or group's attempt to account for a phenomenon they couldn't otherwise explain. I don't know.
Dr. Turner, who would you say is doing research that you most particularly admire right now of all the people in the field?
In abduction work?
Well, in the field generally, but since you're working with abductions, that would be a good area.
Well, I certainly have a great deal of admiration for the woman who opened your program. I think Linda Howe is doing absolutely as accurate a work as one could ask. And certainly she's branched out from cattle mutilations to dealing with many other phases, including the abduction phenomena. I find we have a great deal of our own opinions about this based on what we've seen and dealt with very much along the same line.
Do you think the cattle mutilations are absolutely related?
Yes, I do. I just don't understand the exact nature of the relationship. I really don't.
All right. On the first-time caller line, you're on the air with Dr. Carla Turner. Good evening.
Hi, this is John, KBI.
Hello, John.
Question. I want to believe in what's going on, but I have one really kind of nagging question. I live in a housing development, okay? What if the guy next to me is being abducted and I'm not? Why don't I see things external to my house?
You could be turned off while these things are happening. For one thing, that would be the simplest explanation. People are turned off in the same bed with an abductee, much less next door. If it's necessary for you not to see it, you don't see it.
So this could happen on a citywide scale?
Of course. It happens in the heart of cities. It happens in small towns. It happens on the road. It happens in public facilities.
And there was a lady that called earlier who said that she was in Las Vegas and only her and her husband saw a UFO in an intersection. Can that happen?
Yes, exactly. Of course it happens. It happens over and over again. That's what I was saying. There are at least two types of sightings reports. One is a random where anyone in the vicinity by accident can observe it, and the other is where it's targeted and only the selected person or group can see it.
All right, let's ask this, Doctor. What about any specific numbers? Are there more men than women abducted, or women than men? Are any areas more likely than others? Is there anything you can pin down as you start to look at all these reports?
Not a thing.
Not a thing.
No
more abductions in this country than in France.
I would not think so. There is research going on in various areas in Europe very intensely and seriously, if quietly and sometimes not so quietly. There is research going on in China, in Russia, and the former Soviet Union. There's research going on intensely in Japan. There's ongoing research in South America.
I would think the cultural differences would make a great deal of difference in how many are reported.
Yes, that's where the difference come in on the question of men and women both. People who have run statistics on their own cases, like Jacobs and Hopkins and others, I think find a fairly even split between the sexes, fairly even. We find it in all ages. Some cases, like in my husband's case, at 11 months old, or even younger, up to people becoming aware of it for the first time in their 60s, and then finding out they've been there all along.
I was going to ask about children. A number of researchers concentrate on children because they feel the possibility of coming up with evidence that is believable might be greater working with very young children who haven't been exposed to programs like this, for example.
Well, they're being exposed to them from a very early age. They're being exposed to programming by the abductors, not by the media. Programming begins, I think, immediately with these recurrent abduction patterns. So yes, they're getting programmed, just not from us. Which brings me back to one of the things on my list of facts, and which is fact number 3. During encounters, the human's perceptions are controlled, and so are the conscious mind. in a number of ways. Also controlled are the human's perception of pain, or the lack thereof, feelings of physical, sometimes sexual pleasure, emotional responses. We know from the data of the reports over and over again, these are controlled, not just monitored, but manipulated.
All right, Dr. Turner, stand by. We're at the bottom of the hour. We've got one more segment to go. It's Sunday evening, and so, of course, this is Dreamland. I'm Art Bell. Stay right where you are.
This is a pre-recorded, previously broadcast program.
Art Bell. In the Kingdom of Nye, toll free at 1-800-618-8255. 1-800-618-TALK. First time callers 702-727-1222. 702-727-1222. Or use the wildcard line at 702-727-1295. This is Coast to Coast AM on the CBC Radio Network.
Well, no, it's not. It's Dreamland, but the numbers are good. Good evening, everybody. My guest is Dr. Carla Turner. And the subject, of course, is abductions. And Dr. Turner, I'd like to ask you, what about, we haven't touched on this yet, what about the supposed great government cover-up? Is it your view that our government knows what's going on?
It's my experience that there are government agencies of some sort involved in gathering information about this phenomenon as far as the abductions are concerned. I can at least tell you that from first-hand experience, and I think the research of people in other aspects of this field have pretty much confirmed through a number of methods and means that there is government knowledge of something going on and some extent of involvement in studying it. A number of cases that I'm personally acquainted with and have investigated in some instances have had evidence and memory of, as well as other kinds of evidence of, interrogations by apparently human military personnel of some sort about this subject. Normally, in an abductee type situation, normally when they are compelled to go to a certain place to meet and be taken by these personnel and then to be questioned in an altered state of some sort before being returned. Sometimes they're threatened, sometimes they're not, but the subject of the questioning is what we are experiencing in these encounters.
All right, very good. Back to the phones. And on the toll-free line, you're on the air with Dr. Carla Turner. Good evening.
Yes, I'm calling from Southern Oregon.
Yes, sir.
I know a lot about the subject of UFOs, and I know quite a bit. I can tell you this. I think the only way that we'll be able to find out about what is really going on is we change our concept as regards the world of our environment. You know, a fundamental change in the way we see things. And I also wanted to add that I'm sure your guest probably knows about this, that certain mushrooms that contain tryptamines and psilocybins can also create, I don't know if you call it I guess you would call it a hallucination. The same sort of
altered state
that UFOs produce.
Yes, all right. Some sort of altered state, Doctor?
That may be true. I know that there are altered perceptions from certain hallucinogens, yes. However, in abduction phenomena, we have evidence that is more than simply what a person thinks they saw or maybe hallucinated. We have external types of evidence, after effects from these events that are very physical and external to the person. So we have evidence that at least in some cases, these are physical phenomena.
All right. On the wild card line, you're on the air with Dr. Carla Turner. Good evening.
Hi, Art. Matt in Portland.
Yes, Matt.
Dr. Turner, you talked about it just briefly. I wanted to know what you found out in your research about underground bases, what takes place in these places if they do exist?
If they do exist, if the reports are of a reality rather than of a staged or illusory scenario of some sort, and that's always a possibility without further external confirmation, either way. All right, I take that as a given. But the reports themselves, whatever their nature, talk about various kinds of activities in apparently underground facilities. Often they have both human personnel, either scientific or military or both, and then non-human creatures of various kinds in conjunction there with them. Sometimes these seem to be more or less military-type stations or bases. Some are reported to be research-type facilities, and others are reported to be what the people sort of refer to as processing plants, in which very horrific scenarios are reported involving mutilations of humans, and this is something that goes into the more lurid side of the material.
It's
but
true.
Nonetheless, it comes from a number of different cases and reports, not just the few that people may know about, and it often has come from people who are what I call UFO virgins, who really have had little or no exposure to this material and certainly wouldn't know who John Lear was.
All right. Dr. John Mack last week and others who've been on this program have said that there's a strong message that comes from the aliens, or whoever they are, about ecology, about our ecosystem. What do you know about that?
That's accurate. Many people are given messages or information about upcoming destruction or crisis situations on the planet. Some are shown scenarios as holographic future events of great physical destruction or other kinds of chaotic situations. Yes, that is reinforced with these scenarios, these visions and scenarios very often.
All right. What about sending a message to the aliens? Does that sound crazy to you? In other words, if you've got somebody who's repeatedly being abducted, what about the possibility of sending a message with them?
To the aliens? Well, if we assume that the interaction is designed on the aliens' part for them to try to elicit certain information from us, they're totally in control of the situation. First off, they're after certain things, certain procedures, or certain exchanges of information, if you will. You're not there as a voluntary cooperating party who has any input into what's going to go on. They control what happens. So you can't go in with a message from someone and expect them to pay any attention to it. It just doesn't seem to have happened. One researcher down in Houston, Daryl Sims, has been working with a rather intriguing idea, though, of implanting post-hypnotic suggestions in people whose cases are currently intense, so that are set to go off at a subconscious level the next time the person is abducted, so that they will do something extraordinary to try to break the scenario up.
I'm glad somebody's working on that. Good. All right.
Yeah.
All right. On the first-time caller line, you're on the air with Dr. Carla Turner. Hi.
Hello. I'm calling from Eastern Oregon.
Yes, ma'am.
And my question is, these people, these abductees, do they ever report being able to feel these beings? Do they have a physical body that you can touch and feel?
Oh, absolutely. In many cases. Now, that varies. There are some reports and some scenarios, and I myself have had one like this, where the beings have been with me and we've had telepathic communication, but they appeared physically almost translucent. I could almost see through them, and this has been reported a number of other times. At other times, they physically are quite there, and they touch you physically, and they can do things to you physically that leave physical marks. Yes, they have felt texture. My husband, for instance, described in his initial encounter at 11 months, when the smaller creature that had come to fetch him from the car, held him to carry him. He was only 11 months old, carried him to the craft to transport him to the larger one. He could feel the texture and the solidity of the being that was holding him. When he was aboard the larger craft and a different type of creature was with him, examining him closely, he even reached up and recalled touching inside the creature's mouth. This was not one of the little grays with the non-functional mouth. It had a mouth of a certain sort that has also been reported before, and had an interior material that he said felt almost spongy.
Oh, how odd. All right, on the toll-free line, you're on the air with Dr. Turner. Good evening.
Good evening. I had a comment based on an earlier caller's question, and
All right, sir. Where are you?
I'm in Seattle.
All right.
And that was in regards to the angels part. I've done a little bit of research myself, and the references I've gotten biblically has been like they've been referred to as stars, lightning flashes, storm systems, beings, and whatnot. So it's kind of like anything, well, and by the literal definition of the term, it's messenger.
Mm-hmm.
So an angel or a demon is if someone perceives that they're getting some message from something or somebody,
right,
based on their own perspective, if they have a positive or a negative reaction to it, that will become an angel or a demon.
I think that, yeah.
If you remember, I can remember a couple instances, but nothing specific, but it was like they telepathically communicated to whoever they were speaking to, and one of the first comments that was communicated was fear not type of a thing, like don't stress out over the situation and just kind of go with whatever's happening, you know.
And that's one of the very most common initial communications during an abduction, especially the bedroom encounters, is the creature communicates, do not be afraid.
Mm-hmm. And another thing you were saying about how people, you could be in an area and some people will see something and other people won't.
Right.
There was a phenomenon I heard of and related to, what was it called? Called geophysics, or geophysical warfare. Was actually a whole scenario that was researched by the government. But they had found out there was a natural phenomenon in the south of Germany. In the late summertime, there was a type of field that kind of inhabited an entire valley, and the whole valley kind of became lethargic and lazy. And it wasn't exactly, they would try to do things or something, but they just kind of became listless and kind of relaxed and couldn't really motivate themselves. So, like, there's natural phenomena seeming to go on without any particular cause, but if someone has kind of researched this type of thing, they might be able to manipulate it down to a level where, you know, they can just kind of tune into a certain frequency.
Well, it also may be one of the functions of the implant. Some people, well, we don't know what they are, so people hypothesize, and some think they're monitoring and tracking devices. Others think that they are devices to monitor some bodily system or function. We have some evidence also that they are used to control in a number of ways the person in whom they're implanted.
All right. Doctor, we have one last break. Hold on just a moment. We'll be right back to you. My guest is Dr. Carla Turner. This is Dreamland. Do you remember the time when you... Hi there, Dr. Turner.
Hello.
It's been quite a program. You pull no punches, and if information about this subject is negative, I've noticed you're not hesitant to present it. Do you think a lot of researchers hesitate to do that?
Yes, I do. I think that even admittedly they do. For one thing, there are some people whose concerns also include getting as much general acceptance by the mainstream scientific, medical, educational communities as they can, and you cannot hit them with this full force with all of the raw data they feel. They try to make it more palatable so that they can bring the person or the group or the into this more gently, more slowly, where it becomes more acceptable, and they can learn to at least open up and think about these subjects. I can understand that. Also, it is a frightening situation sometimes if what we see is taken at face value. The trouble is right now we just don't know if it should be taken at face value. With virtual reality capabilities, any number of things can be presented for our pseudo-experience that are not actually there. So we're dealing still on a very primitive level with what in this is real.
I ask this of a number of researchers, and I will ask you. Given a choice, if you were about to be abducted, Doctor, and you had the opportunity to do it, would you run like hell, or would you sort of lay back and just experience what was about to happen to you?
If I had a choice to experience it or not,
that's right.
Certainly I will say no until I have more understanding of what this is involving, of what the purpose is, what my part in it is, and what it's going to be ultimately used for.
All right. On the wild card line, you're on the air with Dr. Turner. Good evening.
Hi, Art. This is Jim and Chico. Listen to K-Pay.
Hi there.
I had an off-the-wall question. Has the guest ever looked into whether the abductions are with people that have healthy genetically, like have no health problems in their family and so forth, or does it matter?
It is a good question. What about that, Doctor?
It doesn't seem to really matter. Seems to be pretty much a cross-section the way most of the general population runs. People with health problems, people who are inordinately healthy, people who develop health problems afterwards, people who are cured of health problems afterwards, people with handicaps, people with mental disabilities. It doesn't seem to matter.
Have there been records of cures after abductions?
Oh, certainly. Yes, of different kinds of either illnesses or chronic conditions or diseases, but as often as there have been cures, there have been reports of physical harm or after effects on the person after the abduction. Sometimes very serious, sometimes not so serious.
See, the problem for any scientist is this whole damn thing is so random.
Exactly.
It's so random. You keep trying to put your finger on something. Well, they're more from here, or more of this type, or they're looking for this, or they're looking for that. But it seems to be utterly random. How frustrating.
And even more frustrating, when we count on certain things that we take for granted and everything else we deal with, is when you realize that also none of us have ever actually seen. I mean, this is possible. We have never actually seen what these beings really look like, given their capabilities.
Right. Right. On the toll-free line, you're on the air with Dr. Turner. Good evening.
Hi.
Hello.
Craig up in Anchorage.
Anchorage, Alaska, yes.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that what they're actually doing is taking samples and maybe growing their own species cloning. What do you think about that?
It's within the realm of possibilities, but it wouldn't explain all of the things that they do. I would have to see how all of the data would fit into that scenario. It'd have to be more specifically explained to me before I could comment really intelligently.
All right. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Dr. Turner. Hello, where are you?
Yeah, this is Mark calling from Kogo in San Diego.
Yes, Mark.
Hi, Dr. Turner.
Hello.
I wanted to talk about an off-the-wall possibility, and that's the possibility that perhaps I don't want to say spiritual, but perhaps the mental powers of the collective intelligence of all the people are perhaps creating this, that they're bringing it into being?
Well, that's a theory that I've heard expressed before. I mean, maybe it is off the wall. I think that we would have to then redefine what we call bringing into being, because these things are photographed, videotaped, leave landing traces, permanent ones, are on radar. They have a real physicality. If we're creating that, then we might as well call ourselves gods, huh?
I wanted to ask a question about what you said. You said that you thought the beings were more concerned with the physical rather than the spiritual or mental. Could you explain that in more detail?
Right. I think their agenda, unfortunately, is not a primarily spiritual program as they would have us think sometimes, and as we would ourselves like to believe sometimes, that they are here simply for, say, assisting us through an inevitable transition phase of some catastrophe, or assisting us to make the transition psychically and spiritually to the next dimension or level. Things like this are reported very frequently. I don't think that explanation is covered by, or covers the data in the very physical procedures that are as much a part of this as anything else that these beings do.
All right, Doctor, this is out of left field, but I do a lot of on-air programs, and I've noticed that I'm getting a lot of calls from people who feel something is impending, something's going to happen, something big is coming, kind of an unsettled, non-specific, something's coming sort of feeling.
Yeah, this is being fostered, I think, massively. I'm not sure who's doing all the fostering, although some of the alien groups, if there are various groups, and we can theorize there may well be, are promoting this idea very heavily. Also, some of the people with military backgrounds who talk about and research in this field have pointed toward that as well, and they may well have information from some sources we're not privy to.
All right. On the toll-free line, you're on the air with Dr. Turner. Good evening.
How you doing? I have a few questions.
All right, go ahead.
I just wanted to state my opinion. I think UFOs are along the same line as, like, parapsychology and stuff like that.
All right, sir, we don't have a lot of time, so...
Okay, well, I think it's on the same line as parapsychology, Maha Baba, and astrology and astral bodies, auroras, tarot cards, witchcraft, and magic. I'm sorry, this is a sudden surprise. I've been trying for about an hour to get through. I think that this kind of stuff that she's talking about and represents just pretty much sets the stage for what's to come. I don't think, if I may say, Satan wants to a world that doesn't believe in religion. I think he wants a world that believes in supernaturalism.
All right, sir, I'm sorry, but we're going to have to stop it there. Dr. Turner, we are out of time.
Yes, sir.
I'm terribly sorry. We're going to have to do this again. You've been a very good guest. While it's been unsettling, it's been fascinating, and I would like to know that you would come back and do it again.
I would very much like to. There's so much material we didn't even get close to talking about, and I would love to do it again at any point. May I add one thing about my book?
Sure.
It is not now just exclusively available from us, although I'd be happy to take any individual orders, but many bookstores, especially the ones that carry this material routinely, can get it from a number of distributors nationwide now.
Good enough. Thank you, Dr. Turner.
You're very welcome. Enjoyed it greatly, Art.
Take care. Anybody who wants a copy of this program or any Dreamland program can get it by dialing 24 hours a day, 503-664-7966. 503-664-7966. Good night, everyone. Not easily nor neatly put in a box. Things seen at the edge of vision, awakening a part of the mind as yet not mapped. Yet things every bit as real as the air we breathe but don't see. Please join us again next week at this time for Dreamland. Crash at Roswell, widely thought to be the best documented proof of alien existence and visiting of this Earth. So we'll be speaking with him. I think you'll find it fascinating. However, first, we're going to go to Linda Howe in Philadelphia and get her weekly update. However, even before that, we're going to welcome a couple of new stations to the network. As we continue to grow, carrying Dreamland, WGNS AM radio in Murfreesboro, Tennessee, and that's also Nashville, Murfreesboro and Nashville, Tennessee, and also KOFE AM in St. Maries, Idaho. KOFE AM in St. Maries, Idaho. Welcome. Good to have you both on board, and I hope you'll be contributing this evening and making some calls. This program, for the weeks we've been on the air, you'll be, I'm sure, happy to know, now is carried by 75 affiliates nationwide as we continue to grow at an outstanding pace. So, now, to all the way back to Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and with her weekly report, here is author, investigator, Linda Howe. Linda, good evening.
Hi, Art.
Hi.
Well, reports about several phenomena have crossed my desk this week. One is a news story from Waurika, Oklahoma, about a rancher there who discovered that 1,700 of his cattle disappeared between August 3rd and August 7th.
17, did you say 1,700?
1,700. Wow. The Jefferson County, Oklahoma Sheriff's Office has put a search out for 850 cows and 850 calves. The first theory was cattle rustling, but Sheriff Don Allen said it would take 25 trucks to haul away that many animals, and that would be obvious to residents in the small farm community of Waurika. I will keep following up on this mystery. The rancher so far does not want to talk, and perhaps understandably, because apparently even the state that holds the note on the animals have gone out and confirmed that the animals are missing. Everyone is report from Dr. Levengood, who has been getting plants from England to see again if we are finding that same pattern of biochemical or biophysical changes which cannot be helped.
Why do you think something that is a story and making headlines there in this area wouldn't be touched by the media here?
Because that 1991 tabloid story about Doug and Dave being the answer to the crop circle mystery that was carried by all of our networks and CNN and Time and Newsweek and the New York Times and all of that accepted that those two old men were responsible for the mystery when it was very clear that since the phenomenon was worldwide, had been reported in up to 20-some countries in the year 1990 and going into 1991, those two men were not responsible for the entire phenomenon, but the media bought that story, and once the media, quote, mainstream media has bought the hoax theory, then they don't go back to cover it.
Well, isn't it worth asking, Linda, why we have these serious questions, formations, cattle mutilations, all the rest of it, that absolutely cannot be explained, and the media deals with those stories, and then along comes one hoax story, and they buy it hook, line, and sinker.
Right, and it's like one of the ranchers in Alabama last year that I interviewed for my new documentary said to me, it's denial, Linda. Denial is a coping mechanism for people. It's much easier to deny it than it is to face the facts that some very strange kind of intelligence is interacting with our planet.
I guess maybe that does explain it, Linda.
And going from the standpoint that we are dealing with hard physical evidence in the crop circles and the animal mutilations and even in the human abduction syndrome, there's also the hard physical science area that was involved with the impact on Jupiter. And last week in Europe, a group of astronomers, physicists, and other scientists met in Holland to discuss the latest updates about the comet collision. And one of the lead investigators, Dr. Heidi Hamill, she's an astronomer at MIT who specializes in high-speed satellite imaging and spectroscopy, and in fact, she was the one who was getting all those first images, and she's the one who took happily that big bottle of champagne right into the first television news conference to present it to Dr. Eugene Shoemaker and his wife and others. When they had the very first image of that big black circle at the bottom of Jupiter. And I talked with her Friday about what scientists have been learning so far in the wake of the spectacular explosions from the comet impacts, because even in that there have been some mysteries that are yet not solved. And just a moment I will hook up here and we will hear Dr. Hamill.
All right. She may be the one that for a while we called Heidi.
We've had some tantalizing hints of interesting things on Jupiter. Some of the way that the material is spreading, particularly in ultraviolet wavelengths, is very interesting. We're seeing spreading in latitude, things migrating across the normal lines of latitude. You know, when you look at Jupiter, you see these bands. And, you know, normally the winds blow along the bands. So that's what we think of as the winds. But when we take some of this high altitude material, it looks like it's just drifting across the bands.
And that would suggest, what, no atmospheric motion at the upper?
Well, it suggests different atmospheric motion at those upper levels. It's not blowing, the winds aren't blowing the same way high up as they are deep down. And we didn't really have any way to measure that before. And now we're starting to think that we can actually see that motion happening, which is one of the things that we were all very excited about beforehand. We thought, man, we might be able to do this. And now we're starting to actually believe we really can.
And how long do you think, at this point, are these brighter spots on the surface of Jupiter going to last? Will it be a permanent one?
Well, that's a good question, and I don't think I can really answer that in any detail. We know the features are still there now. We just had some new data from the Hubble telescope come down yesterday, and you can very clearly see them, and we can see them in ground-based images, too. You don't need the Hubble to see them. So we know that this stuff is still hanging around there now, more than a month afterwards. As to whether or not it's going to be permanent, we really don't know. We won't know that for a while. Maybe, next year,
we see these things are fading rapidly, we'll be able to say, yeah, they're going to go away. It's pretty clear they're not forming a new red spot. And some people thought, oh, this is how the great red spot was formed. But that doesn't seem to be true. We're not seeing giant new vortices or hurricanes forming at these latitudes. We're really seeing a band of material. So it's just a question of how long it takes that band to fade. It might take a year. Might take two.
And somebody with like a normal telescope, let's say a 4-inch dynoscope reflector or something like that, can they still see these impact places clearly?
Someone with a small telescope who knows what to look for can probably still see them. It's a little bit harder than it was months ago, though, and here's why. A month ago, these features were very localized. They were spots, and it's easy to see a dark spot. But when you then take that spot and you spread it out as it's happening, its contrast drops quite a bit. And so if you don't know where to look, it's not as easy to see the spots. So it's a question of, well, how familiar a person is with Jupiter. If they know where Jupiter normally does not have dark band here, and they see the band, then they know that's from the impact site. But it doesn't have these very obvious big dark splotches like it did a month ago.
So the most outstanding remaining mystery is why was the substance black where these impacts were?
Yeah, that's one of the questions. Another question that we're all still very curious about is how deep did these pieces really penetrate before they exploded? Right? Well, that's something that was very interesting because that tells us a lot about the comet. It tells us a lot about Jupiter, and we really don't know the answer to that yet. We think it didn't penetrate down to the water cloud layer because we didn't see any Jovian water, just like we saw no comet water. At the meeting in Holland, we were talking about the fact that we did not see the bright flashes as these pieces went in, the meteor phase. Most of what we saw was the fireballs blowing out after the pieces had exploded. And the fact that we didn't see them on the way in suggests to many of us that they went relatively deep, below the ammonia cloud decks, which is really the top cloud layer that we see at visible wavelengths. But we're not sure about that.
And if it did go deep, then it would again be the question, why not see water?
Yeah, that's right.
So the mysteries about Jupiter are still not all resolved, and at the end of September there will be another major scientific meeting in Baltimore. There might be more to report then.
All right, well, it would be interesting to know, A, how deep they really did go, and B, Richard Hoagland, who's been on the program, has speculated a number of times that the black spots were carbon, and they seem disinclined to be very interested in talking about the black spots. Have you noticed?
Well, he said that they have found some odd elements, like lithium and some other really odd ones, which they're going to have more papers presented in September. But in terms of the identity of the black material, at least according to Heidi so far, they do not know what it is.
All right. Well, Linda, gee, a wonderful report, and I was hoping to get some follow-up, and I hope there'll be more on the collisions. I've been fascinated by that.
Right. I plan to talk with her and Dr. Shoemaker again after the September meeting in Baltimore.
All right. Wonderful. Linda Howe, as always. Oh, wait a minute. Let's give out your address. I know a lot of people want to communicate to you, so give it out.
Yes, I have been very grateful for the increasing number of letters, extraordinary stories from people, and I will continue to try to share some of these in future Dreamlands as we go with those who give me permission. You can write to Linda Howe at Post Office Box 538 in Huntingdon Valley, Pennsylvania, spelled Hunting, D is in dog, O-N, Huntingdon Valley, Pennsylvania, and the zip code is 19000. 6.
All right, there you've got it. We'll give that out again in the program. Linda, as always, thank you.
Thank you, Roy.
Right. Linda Howe, our reporter/investigator in Philadelphia and frequently elsewhere. She travels around the world to look at this sort of phenomenon. And we will continue to have her on the program. All right, Dreamland continues in a moment with something a lot of people have been waiting for. A crash at Roswell. We're going to reach out to Cedar Rapids, Iowa, I hope, and find Kevin Randall. Hi, Kevin, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Excellent. We've only got a couple of minutes before the bottom of the hour break, Kevin, so tell us something quickly about yourself.
I think the important things to know is I used to be an Army helicopter pilot. I spent 12 years as an Air Force intelligence officer, and I've been investigating UFOs for about 20 years. So I've got a background that in aviation and investigative work of one nature, and I could bring all that to bear on the investigation that Don Schmidt and I conducted to learn what exactly happened at Roswell in July of 1947.
Well, we'll certainly get to that, but if you were in intelligence work and you piloted the helicopters, I've really got to ask you about something up front here that has been a big matter of contention with our audience. What are these black helicopters that are flying around? Any idea, Kevin?
I actually have no ideas at all. The stories seem to make no logical sense whatsoever. According to FAA regulations and all other regulations, if you have an aircraft, it has got to have a number on it and it's got to be flown in accordance with FAA regulations, and these things seem to violate all those regulations. I don't know what's going on.
Do you get reports of them? In other words, I'm sure very much like we do here, you are in a circle of people that hears about this kind of stuff. And so do you also get reports of these black helicopters?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. People from all over. In fact, up in Portland, Oregon, I was working with John Kirby and Don Newman up there. And the first time we ever met with them, they told us a number of stories about black helicopters, and I confess they just make no sense to me at all.
Well, all right. I don't know what to do about that or say about that. It's just kind of an ongoing thing, and a lot of people are, to use the street term, kind of freaked out about it, Kevin. And
oh, absolutely.
They feel these things are somehow flying around up there with... even though we don't have reports of harm coming to anybody, somehow people feel they're trying to do harm to them. All right, Kevin, stand by. We'll take a break here at the bottom of the hour. It'll be about 4 minutes, and we'll come back and find out if we can really get the truth about the UFO crash at Roswell, which, again, is considered to be the incident here on Earth with perhaps the best documentation to prove that they really have or are here, have been here or are here. We'll be back. FM.
This is a pre-recorded, previously broadcast program.
I saw, and I don't want to lead you into any review you don't want to give, but I sure would like to find out what you think about that movie.
Well, it was based on the first book that Don Schmidt and I did, The UFO Crash at Roswell, so frankly, we liked it.
You liked it?
Yes. But we were prejudiced. In fact, both of us are in the film in cameo roles. is a bartender, and there's a scene in the sheriff's office where there's a newsman way in the back arguing with a deputy, and as they move in and out of the camera, you can see me back there arguing with the deputy.
Oh, no kidding. That was you, huh?
Yes, that was me.
Yes, I do recall. I certainly do recall. Is there anything about the film that you found distressing or inaccurate or blown up, for the sake of cinematography?
They did a very good job of trying to stick pretty much to the story, and as the director said a number of times, they were making a film, so you have to keep it in context of them making a film. When I first saw the script, I was a little bit bothered by the stuff from Dreamland Area 51, the animal mutilations, the human abductions. I thought this really has no relevance to the Roswell case. But in the context of the film, with Martin Sheen saying, telling Jesse Marcel in the context of the film, well, then none of it's true. Well, maybe some of it's true. And in the context of the disinformation put out by the government, I thought it worked very well.
What about, one thing that struck me in the film was the size of the debris field at Roswell. My gosh, for as far as the eye could see almost, there was debris. Was there that much debris at the original crash site?
On the debris field, according to Jesse Marcel, the debris field continued for 3/4 of a mile.
Wow.
It was 200 to 300 feet wide and stretched for 3/4 of a mile. And in fact, the reason the debris field is so large is because I said something to the director, so the next day I found myself walking way out into the desert, dropping debris here and there with a number of other people. And Paul Davids, the executive producer, suggested, well, maybe the director was getting even with you for shooting your mouth off. You shouldn't have told him the debris field wasn't large enough. So.
Yes. All right. Let's back up a little bit and have you tell the story of the truth about what occurred at Roswell as best you've been able to determine it. And how did you determine what the truth was, by the way? Series of interviews, no doubt.
Interviews with the eyewitnesses, people who were there. No longer are we relegated to having to deal with this on the basis of my father saw this and told me about it, my husband saw this and told me about it. We're now to the point where this is what I saw. So we have the first-hand witnesses, all of whom are named, or the majority of whom are named in the book.
How many witnesses of that caliber were you able to find?
We have found about a dozen people now who were on the debris field, on the impact site where the craft and the bodies were found, who have talked to us about some aspect of it. Unfortunately, a number of them have since passed away since we had an opportunity to talk to them, but we do have that many. And in fact, Don Ecker at UFO Magazine in California just found another first-hand witness who corroborated some of the things that we published in the book. So no longer can people point to us and say, well, the way you ask questions, your agenda had you lead these people into what you wanted to say. Now there's a witness that we had no contact with when he first told the story, who was found by someone else, and now that we've been able to review what he said, he tends to corroborate what the other first-hand witnesses had said it well.
Have you spent any introspective time, Kevin, asking yourself that question, did I lead people into this? Did I put ideas in their head, or was I objective?
That always runs through your mind, especially when you begin to get to the story as you wanted to hear it. I mean, we wanted to find the first-hand witnesses, people who see the craft and the bodies, and when we began to find those people, the question was, are they telling us what we want to hear?
That's right.
Or are they telling us what they actually observed? And how can we corroborate this? And what it turns out is we kept a lot of the information to ourselves before the publication of the book for that very reason. One of the first-hand witnesses we identified as Steve McKenzie in the book because he asked us not to use his real name because he valued his privacy. But he led us down a number of roads that we had not gone before. The crash site the impact site being much closer to Roswell, not the debris field found by Mac Brazel, but the impact site. The shape of the craft not being a classic flying saucer with a dome on it, but something more heel-shaped, the number of bodies, what they look like. He told us all this stuff, and it varied from the conventional wisdom. And we thought, well, this is wonderful, this is what we want, but is this guy feeding us a line?
Sure.
But we found corroborative testimony. Louis Rickett, the NCOIC of the Counterintelligence Office at Roswell, corroborated the shape of the craft using the same words almost, that it was heel-shaped. that the drive they made from Roswell, he and a man that he identified as Sheridan Cavett, made from the base at Roswell was about 45 minutes to the impact site, not the 2.5 to 3 hours it takes to get out to the debris field. So it's much closer to Roswell.
Well, let me understand. The impact site versus the debris field, how much distance between the two?
About 40 miles.
40 miles?
Based on what we've been able to determine, 35 to 40 miles.
All right, well, then that means the craft broke up in the air.
The problem we have with that is that it looked like an intact craft was found on the impact site. We have a debris field, and the debris, the wide range of debris, you don't have the wide range of debris you'd have if the thing broke up in the air. You have some metallic debris, you have some wires, things like that. But if an airplane broke up in the air, you'd have a lot of other stuff. And you don't have that on the debris field.
Well, yeah, but that was a gigantic debris field, and how much of that kind of stuff could any craft lose and still be basically intact to impact anywhere else?
Yeah, that's a very good question, and we simply don't have the answer to that question. What we know is we have a debris field, and that was described by a number of people. Mac Brazel telling his son talking about that. We have General Exxon, for example, told us about two distinct sites, the one closer to Roswell, the debris field.
Yes.
We have a number of witnesses telling us those things. There are questions we don't have the answers to because we haven't got to the internal workings of this thing.
All right, the creatures that they showed in the movie, how did they arrive at how to make those creatures look in the movie?
I believe what they did in the movie was they took some of the testimony that came about in our from our first book, some of the things we'd said in the work that we were putting together for the second book, The Truth About the UFO Crash at Roswell, especially based on the eyewitness testimony we'd since uncovered, took some of their cues from the abduction phenomenon in the current state of UFO literature, and created a being that sort of fit all the descriptions. But the beings found at Roswell, according to the eyewitnesses that we talked to, were much more human-looking than they were alien-looking. They're not the typical grays. The eyes, although larger than human eyes, still had pupils. The heads, although slightly larger than human heads, were slightly larger than they would be proportionate to the bodies. The bodies were extremely thin. The bones were very fragile, according to that. So some of the things that we had learned from our investigation were incorporated in it, but they also wanted to make the creatures look alien, more alien than it is.
Then they probably were. All right, fine. Well, even so, Kevin, assuming that they were beings and they were recovered, we would not do autopsies and then cremate the remains. We would obviously retain for all time, through some method or another, these bodies. So someplace now, today, those bodies must exist.
Yes. The best information we have, and again, this is very speculative based on just a couple of people, is that they are in Nevada. Not at Greenland, not at Groom Lake or Area 51, but at a special location in the central areas of Nevada in the mountains.
Really?
As you know, 90% of the state of Nevada is government territory.
Oh, we well know that.
Yeah, and our understanding is that there was a special facility created in central Nevada in the mountains for the preservation of the bodies and a great deal of the debris recovered at Roswell.
Gee, I feel honored. In the same state with the bodies, huh? Would that be some? I'm always looking for some way, Kevin, rather than reviewing what occurred all those years ago, fascinating as that is, to approach it today and try and prove it today. I mean, everybody wants to do that. That would be one way.
That certainly would be one way. I think one of the other things we need to do is, and I think Don Schmidt and I have done a fairly good job, and to give credit where credit was due, I think that Stanton Friedman, I think that Bill Moore have pretty well explored what happened at Roswell back in 1947. What we need to do now is find out what happened at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in 1947. Some of that work has been done, but there's a great deal more to be done, and learn what was going on in the UFO phenomenon from that point forward, and that may provide us the clues to get to where we want to go today. but we need to take the investigation out of New Mexico and move it into Ohio and other locations.
Well, as there were witnesses with regard to what occurred in New Mexico, you would think there would also be witnesses, although probably more carefully warned, from Ohio that you could interview and kind of track what's happened to these bodies and what happened in Ohio.
And that's right. Again, General Exxon told us that he was at the base when this happened, July of 1947. Later, he became the base commander at Wright-Patterson in the mid-1960s. But he told us that one of the bodies had been taken to Denver because the Army's mortuary service was housed at Lowry Army Airfield at the time.
Yes.
And that it was experimented on there, obviously with an eye for the best way to preserve it without chemically altering the tissue samples or the blood the way we normally do when you embalm a body. They would want to preserve it as pristine as they possibly could without allowing it to decay. We have been told that one of the bodies went to MacDill, I think, Air Force Base in Florida and it had been preserved there. But you're absolutely correct. We have some witnesses at Wright Field and later Wright-Patterson Air Force Base who provided us with some clues. General Exxon told us some things that when he first told us them weren't that interesting. He mentioned that there would be groups of men coming in from Washington, D.C. to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. He was responsible for getting them an airplane, and then they would go out and investigate a UFO sighting and would come back to Wright Field, Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. We thought, well, that's curious, but not overly significant. Now, with the discovery of the 4602nd, at that point it would have been the 1127th Air Activities Group, and Project Moondust, that information becomes extremely important because it's clear that the people Exxon was talking about were working with the 1127th Air Activities Group.
So nobody knew that group was at Wright-Pat?
The group was not at Wright-Pat. They were at Fort Belvoir, Virginia, in the Washington, D.C. area. They came into Wright-Patterson. He provided with a Wright-Patterson Air Force airplane. He said they would come in civilian clothes on commercial airliners and then go out and investigate the UFOs. So if you had a smart aleck reporter who tried to trace these guys back, he could trace them back to Wright-Patterson, home of Project Blue Book, and everybody's happy.
And that's where it would stop. All right, hold on just a moment, Kevin Randall. We'll be right back to you.
Yes.
All right, let us do a little of the original stuff and tell everybody, because there may be some out there who don't know. Back in 1947, what were the sequence of events, roughly? What happened?
What we believe happened, based, again, on eyewitness testimony, on the evening of July 4th, 1947, between 11:17 and 11:27 p.m., an object crashed just north of Roswell, New Mexico. Next day, the military is out there. They've cordoned the area and are picking up the craft and the bodies. Major Edwin Easley, the Provost Marshal of the 509th Bomb Group, told me it was an extraterrestrial spacecraft. Steve McKenzie told me that the object was heel-shaped, that there were 5 bodies. Louis Rickett told me that the object was heel-shaped and that some of the metal was extremely thin, but he couldn't bend it. They couldn't do anything to cut it. They recovered the craft, they recovered the bodies, took them to the Roswell Army Airfield. On the evening of July 5th, morning of July 6th, 2 airplanes left Roswell carrying the bodies. One went to Andrews Army Airfield, Andrews Air Force Base in Washington, D.C., so top-level people in the government could see the bodies. The other one went to Wright-Patterson, Wright Field at the time. They didn't put all the bodies on one airplane in case one of them crashed. On Sunday, July 6th, now we run back into the conventional wisdom. Mac Brazel finds the field of metallic debris on the morning of the 5th. On the morning of the 6th, he takes it into Roswell, takes some of the debris into Roswell, shows it to the Chavez County Sheriff George Wilcox, who in turn calls the 509th Bomb Group, and Jesse Marcel, and apparently Sheridan W. Cabot, who was the commander of the counterintelligence office, was sent out to the debris field. They spent the day of the 7th out there, collected some of the debris, came back late at night. Marcel showed it to his wife and son, and then went on out to the base. On July 8th, the Army announces, we captured a flying saucer on a ranch in the Roswell region. By 4 or 5 o'clock that afternoon, General Ramey at 8th Air Force Headquarters said, no, they made a mistake. It was merely a weather balloon.
Who made that announcement? How high did that go? The original announcement that a UFO crashed.
It went all the way to the president. I mean, the president knew.
The president knew.
There's no question. Edwin Easley, the provost marshal, told me one of the reasons he didn't like talking about this was because he'd promised the president he wouldn't talk about it. Now, I don't know whether Easley told the president personally, told Truman personally he wouldn't talk about it, or Truman's representative in New Mexico, but it's in essence the same thing. Easley felt that he had promised the president he would not talk about it.
Wow.
I had at one time, in my discussions with Easley, I had told him that I knew General Thomas DuBose. And I said, do you know General DuBose? And he said, yes. And I said, if I had General DuBose call you and say it was okay to talk, would you feel more comfortable then?
Mm-hmm.
And he said, no. I didn't realize that what I needed to get was the president to call this guy and tell him it was okay to talk about it. I couldn't find a general officer high-ranking enough.
All right, what about the other end of the scale? In the movie Roswell, it showed literally platoon after platoon of regular grunt-type GIs out there picking up debris like so many cigarette butts that you got to pick up around, that I remember picking up around the barracks. And they were doing that, crawling on their hands and knees, and there was a ton of debris. Shouldn't there be a lot of low-ranking people who participated in that debris pickup that you could find and interview?
Absolutely, and we've talked to many of them. We've probably talked to 4 dozen people who handled the metallic debris.
Wow.
That didn't see the craft, did not see the bodies, but handled metallic debris. So, yes, there were a great number of them.
Okay, well, that's important. What did they say about the nature of the debris?
Robert Smith, for example, who was a sergeant, helped load some of the debris on airplanes, said that he'd seen a foil sample of it, that when you wadded it up into a ball and dropped it on the table, it would unfold itself.
Yes, they showed that on the movie.
And that's a very easy one to show because I mean, it's something that's so unusual that sticks in the mind. An awful lot of people talked about that one. Bill Brazel, the son of the man who found it, Mac Brazel, played by Dwight Yoakam in the movie, had a piece of that foil that he talked about, and he liked it too because it would unfold itself. Frankie Rowe, whose father was a firefighter in Roswell, when a state trooper brought a piece of debris by the firehouse, saw that kind of debris. Sally Tandolini, who was a neighbor of the Brazel, saw the piece of debris that Bill Brazel brought by, and she was impressed with it because she just spent all day ironing and thought it'd be wonderful to have fabric that wouldn't wrinkle. So, I mean, there's a large number of people, from civilians to low-ranking military people, who saw the metallic debris and talked about what it was. When you get to the craft of the bodies, clearly that was much more important, and that was limited to a smaller number of people. But there was a large number of people who saw the metallic debris. And the description we have from some of the people is they lined them up across that debris field, shoulder to shoulder, as you saw in the movie, picking up the metallic debris, first sweeping it at double-arm intervals, then at shoulder to shoulder, then finally on their hands and knees to make sure they picked up all the debris.
Wow. In the movie, Major Marcells had more than just one of the pieces of foil. He had a piece of debris with some writing on it that looked like some sort of Egyptian hieroglyphics or something. It was hard to discern, but that's kind of what it looked like. Is that an accurate portrayal of what he had?
I think a more accurate portrayal of what he had, according to his son Jesse Jr., who was on the set with us, as a matter of fact.
No kidding.
After the movie Roswell, there was a short little thing they showed, and you see Jesse Jr. sitting in a chair out in the desert talking about that. Well, that was on the scene where they were filming the film. But according to him, the symbology was more of geometric shapes, squares and circles and triangles and things like that. But he described it as being hieroglyphic-like. I think Mac Brazel told people that it was like Chinese writing, the Chinese symbol writing, of course.
All right, still just as strange. Kevin, I've got to ask you to hold on for a second. We're at the top of the hour. We're going to do a little bit of news here at the top of the hour, and we'll be back. Radio is a wonderful land to be in. We have enough time to explore an issue the way it should be. Kevin Randall is my guest, and we're talking about the truth about the UFO crash at Roswell. We government not wanting you to hear what it is we have to say. No, just kidding. What it actually is severe thunderstorms in Vernon Valley, New Jersey, which is where the master C-band uplink is, satellite uplink. And so I guess they're back there battling lightning bolts and trying to keep everything together. So if there is any interruption, again, that's the reason for it. Vernon Valley, New Jersey is being presently inundated with rain and severe thunderstorms. In a moment, Kevin Randall once again. Do you have Kevin Randall? Kevin, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Good. Let's see. I guess everybody missed just a tiny bit of the show because of the thunderstorms back in New Jersey, Kevin.
My personal opinion, it was Psycop doing it.
I do sometimes wonder, I admit, Kevin, whether there is tampering about with this kind of program when you're dealing with the kind of information you're dealing with. But who knows? At any rate, Kevin, if you would review for everybody just a little bit, I believe that it occurred just prior to the hour, which would mean while you were detailing some of the events at Roswell, it went off, of course.
Of course, naturally.
Mm-hmm.
I was just saying, the best evidence we have in eyewitness testimony is that the crash took place between 11:17, 11:27 p.m. on July 4th. July 5th, the military moves in, cordons off the area, recovers the craft, recovers 5 alien bodies. The same day, Mac Brazel finds his debris field. Sunday, July 6th, Mac Brazel comes in, alerts the Chavez County Sheriff, who in turn calls the Roswell Army Airfield, Major Jeff D. Marcel, and apparently Captain Sheridan Cabot, who was in charge of the counterintelligence office, accompanied Brazel back out to the debris field. They spend the July 7th there, Monday, July 7th there. Brazel leaves them on the field. Marcel eventually sends Cabot back to the base. He stays there until dusk, drives home, shows some of the debris, the metallic debris, to his wife and his son, and then takes it on into the base. On July 8th, the military announces they have a flying saucer. Roswell Army Airfield captures flying saucer and ranch in Roswell region. 3 or 4 hours later, General Roger Ramey, commander of the 8th Air Force, announced, no, it's nothing more than a common radar target. The officers and men at Roswell overreacted to the hysterical times that they were in and misidentified this fairly common weather balloon as a flying disc. And that pretty well shot down the story until Marcel surfaces in 1970 talking to friends and, in fact, a woman who did a college thesis on it about having captured a flying saucer. And then, of course, from that point, UFO researchers became involved with Bill Moore's book coming out, I believe, in 1980, detailing part of the Roswell case.
And so how do you feel about it now? You've done all of these, I presume now, it's years of investigation. What do you personally believe, Kevin?
There is no doubt in my mind that what was recovered was an alien spacecraft. I based that on the eyewitness testimony given to me by Major Edwin Easley, for example. He was the Provost Marshal of the 509th Bomb Group, told me it was extraterrestrial, also told the President that he wouldn't talk about it. It was something so important the President had to become involved in it. Jim Ragsdale, who was a civilian living in the area, happened to be camping out in that area the night the thing crashed, was there the next day as the military came in and cordoned off the area. He saw the military coming, so he got out. But he saw the craft, he saw the bodies. He thought they were dummies. He didn't think they were real people because they were too small. We talked to W. Curry Holden, Dr. Holden, who was the chairman of the Department of History and Anthropology at Texas Tech University. Holden told me personally he was there, he'd seen it all, he'd seen the craft, he'd seen the bodies just north of Roswell. So we have a wide range of testimony from very credible people, including men who have PhDs, to military officers, to civilians who saw something, and we've been able to talk to them and learn what they saw.
Well, that's remarkable. Just remarkable. Kevin, I would like to expose you to the audience, open the telephone lines, let them ask you questions. Let me ask you this. Does your experience now with UFOs range beyond Roswell?
Oh, absolutely. For the last 5 years, you mentioned how long we've been doing this. Don Schmidt and I have been conducting this investigation almost exclusively for 5 years. But prior to that, I spent a lot of time researching UFOs. I did a book called the UFO Casebook, which details the history of the UFO phenomenon from Kenneth Arnold signing up to 1988 when the book was had to be submitted. I've done some work on abductions, and I, in fact, may have done work on the first abduction case where the family suggested the aliens had come into the house, and that was the Pat Roach abduction from Utah in 1973.
All right, very good. Well, let us go to the telephones. Let's talk to a few people out there. And so if you have questions about the UFO field in general, now is the time, folks. Jump on the lines. On the toll-free line, you're on the air with Kevin Randall. Good evening.
Yes, that's David from Palm Desert.
Hi, David.
I was just curious. I missed the Roswell show. I wondered if it was going to be out on video cassette or rebroadcast.
Well, that's a good question. Kevin, it was done for Showtime, correct?
Yes, it was. And, in fact, they just showed it for the last time last night or this morning at 12:35.
Oh, boy.
But it will come up again, as I understand it, in December on the Showtime network. There are plans for it to be marketed on video cassette, and there's a possibility it may be shown theatrically in this country. They're discussing that now because the response was so positive to the film.
All right, but I assume because it was Showtime, there will not be a video cassette automatically available. Is that right?
No, there are plans to market it as a video cassette.
But it's not out there yet.
But it's not out there yet. Absolutely correct.
All right, fine. On the first-time caller line, you're on the air with Kevin Randall. Hi.
Hello, Mr. Randall.
Yeah.
Yeah, I read your book about 3 months ago. I thought it was an outstanding book.
Thank you.
And I was wondering if you've seen the video by Norio Hayakawa. It's called The Grand Deception, UFOs, Area 51 in the U.S. government.
I'm familiar with the video. I haven't seen it yet.
Okay. Of course, this was made in late 91. And according to him, in the fall of 95, there's going to be a fake encounter with the aliens in our government, trying to prove that the aliens are dangerous and are going to attack us, and that this is going to be is kind of a hoax to promote this one world government. Have you heard any theories on that?
All right, thank you.
Well, I think that we have to take a look at the whole phenomenon. It's going to be very hard for anybody to fake a sighting for very long. There's so many people out there with knowledge of the field that if they try to fake something, that it's going to be pretty clear pretty quickly what's going on, and there'll be some discussions about it. I don't see what benefit our government or anybody's government would derive from that, and we can always fall back and say, well, these things have been around for 47 years, and they have not overtly attacked us up to this point. So there's a body of evidence to suggest that we don't need to worry about that.
All right. Now, Representative Schiff in New Mexico is doing an investigation. And I wonder where you think that's headed and what we might be able to pry loose with that, Kevin.
Well, from what Representative Schiff says, he's not looking into Roswell specifically, but looking into the government procedures, which is what the GAO would necessarily do. And I know that a number of people have been in communication with the GAO, supplying them with information and data and suggesting where they should look. What I'm hoping is we will find some kind of documentation that will lead us in the right direction, and the GAO certainly has the powers to get to that documentation. We've tried to suggest places for them to look, and I know others have done the same thing. So with their clout, there may be something coming down that would suggest something extremely unusual happened at Roswell.
All right, very good. Back to the phones. First-time caller line, you're on the air with Kevin Randall. Hi. Hello there. No, you're not on the air. Let's go to another line. Toll-free line, you're on the air with Kevin Randall. Good evening.
Hi, this is Greg from Phoenix, Arizona, KFYI.
Yes, Greg.
Yeah, I was wondering if Kevin Randall might want to detail the differences between he and Stan Friedman on the details of the Roswell incident.
I think the major difference between Stanton Friedman's theories and ours is Friedman subscribes to the idea there was a second craft and bodies found over on the plains of San Augustine. And we find the evidence suggesting that to be fairly weak. It's based almost exclusively on the testimony of, and not even the testimony, but the story told by Barney Barnett to France. And we have not had an opportunity to interview Barnett. In fact, nobody did. He died before the story came out, so we must rely on second-hand testimony there. There has been no first-hand corroboration for an event on the plane. The one fellow who talked about first-hand corroboration, Gerald Anderson, finally admitted that he lied about part of the story and actually created some documents to tend to corroborate his lying about this thing. So I think that's the major area where we differ. And I think we also differ on the MJ-12 document. We believe that the document itself is a hoax, and I think that Mr. Friedman believes that the document is authentic. So those are the major differences. We all agree that there was a crash of an alien craft. We agree there was a crash near Roswell, New Mexico, and we agree that bodies were recovered.
All right, good enough. Back to the lines. On the toll-free line, you're on the air with Kevin Randall. Good evening. Hello?
Hi, yes.
Yes, ma'am. Turn your radio off, please.
Turn your radio off.
Off.
Hi, yes. I had a question for Kevin Randall.
Sure. Where are you calling from?
This is Allison from KBI Country.
Okay, Allison.
I was wondering if there were a sex, did they have any type of sex, or how many were there that they found, or anything like that? And if I could, from Art sometime tonight, get his BBS, how to get on his BBS.
All right, thank you. Anything with regard to the gender of the beings?
There were 5 of them, and we have absolutely nothing on the gender. Glenn Dennis, the Roswell mortician, had gotten some information from a nurse that he knew assigned at the Roswell base, and she participated in some of the preliminary autopsy work done at the base, and she said she noticed nothing, no overt sexual characteristics, if you will. She said that it's possible that the doctors who had done some of the work may have been able to distinguish between male and female, but she did not know. So the answer is we have no detailed knowledge on that.
The answer is you have no answer right now.
Yes, exactly.
All right, very good. Back to the telephone line. Kevin Randall, good evening. Hello there. No, I guess not. On the wild card line, you're on the air with Kevin Randall. Good evening.
Hi, Art. This is Doug calling from Phoenix.
Hi, Doug.
I just wanted to ask, are you going to face any repercussions by talking about this?
Am I?
Yeah.
No, I think that our theory has always been that the people who, for example, were involved in the recovery and were sworn to secrecy or whatever, when they talk, they're suddenly protected because if the government moves against them, it's a tacit admission that what they were saying was true. You can't prosecute somebody for inventing a tale of a flying saucer if there's nothing to it.
I see.
And I think that it's sort of the same thing with Don Schmidt and me. We are now very visible on that, and if there was any kind of a move against us to suppress the information, then that would be a tacit admission that we were going down the right path. Their best move at the moment is just to leave us alone. There was a movie out a number of years ago where the reporter discovered a real live vampire. He told the vampire, I'm going to tell the world you exist. And the vampire said to him, go ahead, nobody will believe you anyway. And I think that's kind of where we are in the UFO phenomenon. The government's attitude is, well, go ahead, nobody will believe you anyway.
But eventually we will.
Eventually we will convince people, because what's happening now, and it's kind of what I predicted in the UFO casebook, is we've moved into the libraries and the archives, and we're beginning to find the documentation to support what we've said. For example, we've always maintained there was a secret UFO investigation, not part of Project Blue Book. We can now prove that. In fact, Air Force Regulation 200-2 is published in August of 1953, says if you read that as an intelligence officer and you become involved in a UFO sighting in some fashion, a flight crew reports it to you, whatever, your obligation is to report it to 4602nd Air Intelligence Service Squad in Fort Belvoir, Virginia. You don't send it to Project Blue Book at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. And so what this does is demonstrate that there was another investigation going on. There apparently was coordination between Blue Book and this other investigation. But clearly, the important cases were going somewhere else. We can now demonstrate that. Project Moondust, which we can now demonstrate was a real government project, was involved in UFOs. It was also involved in the retrieval of returning space debris of Soviet origin or something of that nature. Clearly, it had another more mundane mission.
Can you tell us what that was? What that project was? Moondust. You keep talking about it. What did they do?
Moondust was designed, according to the documentation, in 1953 to debrief captured flight crews. It evolved into a project whose one mission was to recover space debris of foreign UFOs are mentioned in some of the moon dust documents. So we have and moon dust was run by the, get this, 4602nd Air Intelligence Service Squadron. Later, the 1127 Air Activity Group, I mean, the same unit, but moon dust is involved in that. Moon dust, that organization is also involved in UFO investigation. So moon dust clearly had a mission that revolved around UFOs. Now, we know that when Senator Jeff Bingham from New Mexico queried the Air Force about moon dust, the Air Force wrote back and said, no, there was never such a project. Never existed. When we presented the documentation, actually Clifford Stone from Roswell gave the documentation to Bingham and sent it to the Air Force wrote back and said, we'd like to amend our last statement. There was a Project Moon Dust, but we never used it. We can now prove that moon dust went out a number of times. So what I'm saying is, we now have the documentation on our side. It's no longer we ufologists running around saying these crazy things about secret government projects and all this. We now have the documentation to prove it. And we have the lies told by the government documented as well.
What do you think movies like Roswell and books like your book will eventually produce?
Well, what we're hoping is the movie, because they followed as closely as they possibly could, keeping in mind it is a movie, the situation, it opens that door to a lot of people who've never heard of Roswell. What is Roswell? Well, the movie tells you pretty much what it is. It doesn't tell you how detailed the information is. Our book, because we were very careful in listing the sources, footnoting everything, giving a bibliography that has more than 200 items in it, the list of organizations that participated in the investigation provided us with information. All that information is detailed in the book so that when someone comes into this new, they realize the level of investigation. It's not Don Schmidt and Kevin Randall, sensationalists, decided that they were going to blow Roswell up into something to make money, but they had actually done a lot of research into it and come to these startling conclusions, if you will. So what we have to do is convince the media and convince the public this is an area of legitimacy. It's not the area of crackpots and drunks and that sort of thing. And I did a radio program just last week, and someone called in with his UFO sighting, and the host said, well, what were you drinking? And I thought, well, that's interesting, because here we have the same problem we've always had. If you see a flying saucer, you must be drinking something.
Yeah, that's right.
Or you must be crazy. It's not that, well, gee, maybe you saw something extremely unusual in the sky and you're a sober citizen. But the immediate assumption is, what were you drinking? And I think what we've got to do is we've got to remove that. We've got to prove to people something happened at Roswell, which we can do. We have the New York Times, for crying out loud, mentioned the Roswell case on the front page of the July 9th, 1947 edition. So we can prove something happened there, something crashed. We can prove there was a cover-up based on the testimony of many of the participants. General Thomas DuBose told us that the balloon was a cover story for General Ramey to get the reporters off his back. But he was not to discuss it with Ramey. It was a cover-up. We can prove that. Now, I believe, based on all the people we've talked to and the testimony we've taken, that we can get to the extraterrestrial answer. I mean, Edwin Easley told me it was extraterrestrial.
That it would be so. I hope so, Kevin. Hold on. We're at the bottom of the hour. We'll be right back. You're listening to Dreamland on a Sunday evening. This is Kevin Randall. He's talking about the truth about the UFO crash at Roswell. The unknown. This is Dreamland on Talk Radio 102 FM.
Broadcast program.
From the Kingdom of Nod, we continue with your calls on Dreamland with Art Bell. Call Art now toll free at 1-800-618-8255. 1-800-618-TALK. First time callers, area code 702-727-1222. 702-727-1222. Or the wildcard line at area code 702-727-1295. 727-1295 in the 702 area code. Now again, here's Art Bell.
It's widely thought to be the best documented occurrence here on Earth. That is to say, whatever it was that crashed at Roswell, New Mexico. That's what my guest is talking about this evening. His name is Kevin Randall, and he'll be back with more of it in just a moment. It's Randall, Kevin?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Tell everybody, Kevin, how they can get your book.
Well, it's in the bookstores, of course. So you get to the bookstore, you can do it that way.
Mm-hmm.
But it's also available through 1-800-462-6420. So they can call that toll-free number.
Give us that number one more time, please.
1-800-462-6420. And they can order it through that number as well.
How much is it?
It's $19.95, and I think there's $2 shipping and handling for ordering it that way. If you go to the bookstore, you might be able to con them out of a 10% discount or something like that, but it's $19.95.
All right, very good. Back to the telephones now. Kevin Randall, the author of The Truth About the UFO Crash at Roswell. On the wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello. Hello there.
Yes, this is Steve from Washington.
Hello, Steve.
Yeah, I got two questions for you. One for your guest is, why isn't there a possibility that was a smaller craft that collided with the cause that big debris field? And number two is on your alien photo, as you passed it off to a marine biologist, because I believe what that photo you have is of a devilfish or a skeet. It's called a devilfish or a skeet.
Well, look, the photo is soon going to be available to everybody, marine biologists, you, everybody else. So until you see it, it's kind of a hard call, isn't it?
Well, you described what you described. I just saw it. The shell store up here.
Okay. Very good. Well, then when we get the photo out, you can so declare it, sir.
Okay.
All right?
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you. Kevin, any comments?
I get it.
He was asking you about the possibility of another craft or a small...
Yeah, I know. And the thing is, we just don't have enough information. We've got a field of metallic debris. We've got an area, an impact site where craft and bodies were found. We don't know what else was picked up there. We're basing it on the eyewitness testimony of the people who were involved. And until we can get better data, it's very hard to guess exactly why we had such a large field of metallic debris. We know it was there because it was described by a number of people, including General Exxon, who flew over it sometime later. But we just don't have all the particulars at the moment.
Is any of that debris available today?
None of it is in private hands that we've been able to locate. Now, we've heard stories from people. Robert Smith, for example, said he knew a sergeant that had a small piece that he'd stuck in a pocket. And we've tried to trace that guy down and had no luck finding him. There is metallic debris available. It came from the Ubatuba sighting from September of 1957. And that is currently held in California. And a lot of work has been done on that. The Center for UFO Studies, for example, in their latest, I think it's the latest issue of the Journal of UFO Studies, details the work done on the Ubatuba sample over the last couple of decades. And the conclusions are drawn in very scientific terms about all the various testing done on it. And that the conclusions drawn, for example, by the Condon Committee, that they show that the metal samples were not completely pure, just do not make sense in good scientific terms. So it's something that people ought to take a look at. So there is some metallic debris held in private hands that has been tested and suggests that it was something not available on Earth. And then, of course, there's all sorts of other types of physical evidence, landing trace cases, where the craft interacts with the environment, photo cases, radar cases, where there's some kind of indirect evidence provided.
All right, Kevin. Back to the telephones now. On the toll-free line, you're on the air with Kevin Randall. Hi.
Hi. When you were off the air, he was talking about the crash site and then the debris field being 40 miles away. That was the part that was blacked out. We had the thunderstorm. I was wondering if you could have him explain that further.
All right, fine. Kevin, you want to roll back over that one more time?
Best evidence we have, again, eyewitness testimony. There's an impact site close to Roswell, 30 miles away from the front gate, just off Highway 285 north out of Roswell. The debris field is much closer to the Corona area, the area that Mac Brown was found. The debris field is approximately 3/4 of a mile long and maybe 200 to 300 feet wide, filled with metallic debris. Now, on the debris field, we don't have the range of debris you'd expect if a craft had come apart, if an airplane had come apart. You'd have a wide range of debris, but there only seems to be 3 or 4 different items that were found there. The wires, the fibers that were described by Bill Bradlow as monofilament fishing lines, but apparently were fiber optics. Some lightweight metal that had the density of balsa wood, and this lead foil or aluminum foil type stuff that when you water it up, it would unfold itself. On the impact side, we've got a craft that is heel-shaped, about 25 feet long, maybe 15 to 20 feet wide, and 5 alien bodies.
And 5 alien bodies.
Yes.
All right. On the toll-free line, you're on the air with Kevin Randall. Good evening.
Yes, hello.
Hello, sir.
I'd like to ask Mr. Randall, what is the reluctance of the government about releasing information that we're not alone in this world? I mean, obviously, something like that would have an impact on the way all governments of the earth, do their business.
Sure. Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Bakersfield, California.
Bakersfield. All right, KMZR. Kevin, what about it? What about this reluctance? What do you attribute it to? Would it be the social disruption that would be caused?
I think that's part of it. I think part of it is the natural inertia of the government to declassify anything that has been classified. I think part of it is studies done by the government that suggest that if we announced that there were alien civilizations, there would be some sort of a reaction by the people. I know that the Brookings Institution did a study in 1962 where they interviewed representatives of various disciplines such as anthropologists, economists, theologians. What would happen if there was a confrontation between people of Earth and an alien race?
Right.
Not necessarily face-to-face, but through radio astronomy, and they determined it would be disastrous for our society. We believe that the reason it was originally classified was they didn't know what they were dealing with. There's a line in the Roswell movie that I absolutely love where they're sitting around talking about this, and one of the generals said, well, the people would think that we're not in control of the skies, and the Secretary of Defense says, and they'd be right. And so that may be part of it as well. But we also understand that when they were attempting to hide things, the government, the military, the government representatives went in and threatened people. Frankie Rowe, who was 12 at the time, was told that if she ever talked about what she'd seen, she'd be taken out to the desert and she wouldn't come home. Glenn Dennis, the Roswell mortician, was told they would be picking his bones out of the sand. The Chaffetz County Sheriff was told that not only would he be killed, but the entire family would be eliminated. So there was a large number of civil rights violations that were involved in this as well. And I just read a couple of interesting things that Ken Jeffries sent to me that dealt with the hiding of the fact that there may have been living American POWs left behind in Vietnam and Laos when the war ended in the early 70s. And that was one of the questions that came up. Why do they continue to hide this stuff? And Hottie Carter III, in an article that he did, said it makes no sense to continue to classify stuff when the Soviet Union has collapsed, the Cold War has ended, and yet we continue to classify stuff and hold things that's classified that clearly have no relevance in the world today.
Why do you think we're doing that? Do you think it's just this?
Nobody makes a decision. Nobody wants to decide this should be released and this shouldn't be released. We found evidence of a first aid manual that talked about mouth-to-mouth resuscitation that had been classified during the Second World War, still being classified. For God's sake, we're so far beyond mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, it's unbelievable, yet that stuff is still held and classified. And it's costing us billions of dollars a year to hold this stuff at the levels of classification they're held at when they have absolutely no relevance. And so if they're doing that with things that have no relevance, what about the stuff that could have an impact on our civilization and our society, like an announcement that that we have been visited by beings from another planet?
Absolutely right. All right, on the toll-free line, you're on the air with Kevin Randall. Good evening.
Good evening. This is Mark from Como in San Diego.
Hi, Mark.
I wanted to ask Kevin if you found any evidence of what Richard Hoagland would say is hyperdimensionality and any sort of double-inscribed tetrahedron, and if there could be any connection with the structures on the moon.
All right, thank you. Are you familiar with the research of Richard Hoagland?
Absolutely. There is again, we have found absolutely no connection between Roswell and the structures on the moon or the face on Mars, which doesn't mean there aren't any. We haven't found them, and that's not an area that we've really gone into because it's very hard to draw those conclusions without some kind of additional information provided by what was found at Roswell. My belief is that there's a 95% probability that what was found at Roswell was extraterrestrial. There's probably a 4% chance that it was an interdimensional type of craft. It's still extraterrestrial, if you will, but not the classic nuts and bolts explanation we would think. And then there's probably about a 1% chance that it's time travelers from the Earth's future. So clearly we're dealing with something extremely unusual that has no basis in our society, but comes from outside. But I think the most logical explanation based on the evidence that we have is it's extraterrestrial, meaning interstellar, as opposed to interdimensional or something else.
All right, very good. Let's keep moving. There are a lot of people talking about this interdimensional business now, and it seems, frankly, as likely as it does that they, come from someplace else. To me, on the wild card line, you're on the air with Kevin Randall. Hi.
Oh, yeah. Hi, I'm calling from KOPE Land.
Yes, up
Northern
in
California.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now this thing that happened in Albuquerque last night at the convention center, there's supposed to be, it was advertised as an intergalactic reception, kind of sort of like, perhaps like, if enough of us Earthlings would call forth them to come in. Now this took place yesterday.
Now, are you aware of this, Kevin?
Yes, I was.
All right, what is the story?
Well, it was just a gathering that they had in Albuquerque, and there was we thought we were going to have an opportunity to actually be there, and it just didn't work out for us, given everything else that was going on this week that we had to do. But we were aware that there was that organization meeting going on in Albuquerque.
Well, do you know what were they formed for? What did they do?
That I don't know.
Huh. Odd. All right, very good. Let's keep moving here. On the wild card line, you're on the air with Kevin Randall. Hello.
Radio Free America.
Hello.
I've got two questions, Art. One would be what the witnesses described as the aliens to look like. And the other is on the 48 hours piece that was talking about Roswell. The witness said that she had seen the form of the metal that poured out like a liquid. My question is, how would something that is made of that molecular structure break up if it could form itself into a liquid? Now, listen to your answer. Thank you.
All right, very good.
The 40 hours, well, she said that it unfolded itself with a fluid motion, like water flowing. That's her description of how it unfolded itself, and I don't think there was suggestion that the metal actually turned into any kind of liquid.
Right.
It was merely her perception of how it reformed itself. And what was the other question?
No, I'm sorry. He's gone now.
And you don't remember either.
No.
I usually do better than that. I lost the first part listening to the second part, and
all right. I'm terribly sorry, caller. We both blew it off. On the toll-free line, you're on the air with Kevin Randall. Hello.
Hi, Art. This is Martin up in Anchorage.
Hi, Martin. Anchorage, Alaska. Yes.
Great, thanks. Yeah, I got about 50 questions. I'll narrow it to about 2 or 3. The origin of these folks, I'd like you to give us your opinion on that. You touched on time travel. I think that's an interesting aspect. And one that if they're not from our future, if they have the capacity to time travel, then just about anything is possible. I'd like you to comment on that. Also, Bob Lazar, what you think of him?
Well, now, let's not, I don't want to hold long
that enough?
here. Let me leave you on the line, and Kevin, deal with what you remember.
Well, I actually remember the other question. You want to know what they look like?
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
But what was the time travel aspect? The time travel aspect, I think, is one that is fascinating, but it leads to all kinds of additional problems, and I think that it's probably unlikely that that's what we're dealing with here is our time traveling. It's just one of the possibilities, and I think there's a very remote possibility that's what we're dealing with here. What else would you like to know?
Where you think they would be from, then?
There was nothing that we have that gives us a clue based on the evidence that we got from Roswell and what the witnesses could tell us about it. The only clue that I've ever heard that suggests anything, of course, was the Betty Hill star map that suggested Zeta 1, Zeta 2 Reticuli. And I don't think that's a real good clue. It's an interesting clue, but I don't think it's a very good one. So we really don't know where they're from. The question becomes is if you can travel interstellar distances, does the length of the trip become relevant? In other words, is it as easy to travel 8 or 10 light years as it would be 100 light years or 200 light years? And if that's the case, then, of course, it could be from practically anywhere. If I was to speculate, I would speculate they're probably within 40 light years of Earth, and there's a number of very good star systems around, or stars around, that are like the sun, that would suggest that's maybe where they're from, but it's all very speculative.
Yes, of course, you have the wide testimony of people calling them grays, and of course, Bob Lazar's testimony saying that they're from Zeta Reticuli and all that, of course.
I think that the thing with the grays, well, the beings found at Roswell clearly were not grays. To get back to the other caller's question briefly, is they were 4.5 to 5.5 feet tall, the head slightly larger than human heads, the eyes slightly larger than human eyes, but not big black orbs. The bones were very thin and fragile, described as bird-like. They were very thin individuals. They had no hair, but they had the peach fuzz. So there's a real quick description of what we've been told.
All right. By our standards, then, that would make them very fragile beings, wouldn't it?
They seem to be very fragile, yes. And they, but again, without better information from the autopsies, I mean, we talk about the outward structures and what they look like from that point of view, but we have very limited information of any of the internal structures or things like that. I think Len Stringfield has done some work that suggests that they had a big heart-lung pumping station that pumps a clear fluid through the bodies, but they didn't have the separate organs like we do for the heart and the lung. But we have very limited information on that.
Still, somehow, it's nice to think of them as, by human standards, kind of glass-jawed. In other words, we could take one swipe at them and probably knock them across the room and break several bones.
And the question that I like to speculate on is, what is if you're an alien race and you want to introduce yourself to another civilization, what is the most non-threatening way of doing it?
Mm-hmm.
And, of course, it's with a crashed ship and dead bodies, because it proves that you're fallible. And, of course, the problem with that theory is, well, they tried it in New Mexico. It was covered up by the government. Why didn't they try it somewhere else where it couldn't have been covered up by the government? So, there's interesting areas to speculate in, but it doesn't really get us very far. So we're dealing with information specifically about the crashed craft and the bodies, and when we start doing some of the other work, we're getting into areas of speculation.
All right, Kevin, very good. Back to the phone lines. On the wild card line, you're on the air with Kevin Randall. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Steve, and I'm from San Diego, Kogo Radio.
Excellent, Steve.
I wanted to ask him, how about the intimidation that seems to go hand in hand with these type of sightings with Roswell, and what was the level of government intimidation, and also what level of administration, what level have people such as yourself advanced the cause to get this administration to open up the books or Freedom of Information Act?
All right.
Well, what we've done, the Freedom of Information Act, I just counted up the number of ones I've filed myself just yesterday because I was filing a couple more. Freedom of Information get you to a point, and then the government, if they don't want to answer, they say, well, we have no documents. If you feel that this answer is not right, you can appeal, or we can either confirm nor deny the existence of these documents, and you have to appeal, and you end up in a court. So they can pretty well shut you down if they don't want to talk to you about that. The intimidation, clearly, many of the civilians who had some knowledge of it were threatened by the government. If they talked about it, they would be killed. If Frankie Rowe, for example, was alone on that, she was 12 years old when this took place, the government came, the military people came to her house, told her that if she ever talked about it, she'd be taken out in the desert. Now, you can say, well, she was 12 years old, she misunderstood what was being said to her, she overreacted to it. But she's not alone. There was Glenn Dennis, who was 22 years old. There's the sheriff's family who remembered these events. So there was a level of intimidation that was directed at the civilians. The military people were reminded that they had taken various oaths, that they were cleared for classified material, and as if they talked about it, they could end up in jail.
All right, what about you, Kevin? I mean, you're writing about this, you're digging into it. At what point during the investigation did a couple of guys in suits come to you and say, all right, Kevin, cool it, you know, or you're going to be in the desert?
Well, I always thought what the military would do is call me to active duty and say, here's the stuff, it's classified, you can't talk about it, tough luck.
Right.
And then Don would be out there by himself with me just saying, well, if I was you, I'd look at that sort of thing. But again, if they do that sort of thing, then it's a tacit admission that what we're doing is accurate and correct, and the best move is to leave us alone.
And that's exactly what they're doing. So time taking care of a lot for them.
Yeah, I think so. And again, this brilliantly orchestrated cover story that they started, and the curtain of ridicule that they've pushed down on UFO sighters works wonders for us. We did the Chicago Tribune, for example.
No, we're going to have to hold it there, Kevin.
Sure.
We'll come back to that point. It does work wonders. There is no question. This is Dreamland on a Sunday evening. I'm Art Bell. More in a moment.
I am.
All right. Is there anything that I have neglected thus far to ask you about that really is important to get out?
I think one of the things we need to look at is the emerging theory that what was found at Roswell, specifically on the Mac Roswell debris field, was nothing more extraordinary than a Project Mogul balloon. That seems to be the latest theory that surfaced in the last few weeks.
What is a Project Mogul balloon?
Project Mogul was a constant level balloon project designed specifically to put an instrument package up in the atmosphere to monitor the Soviet experimentation with atomic weapons.
Oh.
And these were launched in June. Some of them were launched in June and July of 1947. And the emerging theory by some is that what was founded by Brazel was nothing more extraordinary than this Project Mogul balloon. But what they've really done is reinvent the balloon explanation. They've ignored a large body of testimony to get to that point, accepted some testimony from three specific witnesses, Bessie Brazel, Schreiber, the Jason Callahan, and a fellow identified only as reluctant, but without good evidence to support it. But more importantly, the documentation available shows that they believe it was balloon launch number 9, but they cannot prove there was any balloon launch number 9. And there's some documentation that came out of Project Sign in the Cambridge Research Station run by the Air Materiel Command, dated April of 1949, that also fails to mention any balloon launch number 9. So we built a foundation for this Project Mogul balloon on the will of the wisps, if you will. There's no solid evidence that there was a balloon launch number 9 that would account for the Brazel Ranch, yet there are people who accept balloon launch number 9 as the explanation for at least the debris field that was found by Roswell. Found out by Brazel.
All right. Back to the phones. On the toll-free line, you're on the air with Kevin Randall. Good evening.
Hello.
Hello. Where are you, sir?
Out of Seattle.
Seattle, all right.
Okay, my question is, I saw the movie and read the book, and in the movie, the Townsend character tells him that one of the occupants lived and passed on information. I want to know how much truth or fiction that they've been able to ascertain to that. And, well, let's just go with that.
All right, let's just go with that. Good. Kevin?
We have some testimony, secondhand, that one survived, and we put that information in the book because we thought it was important for people to hear that testimony that one may have survived the crash. We have since learned from another witness, an eyewitness, found by Don Ecker, that he believes one survived the crash. So we're getting a larger body of evidence that one survived. Presently, or to be grammatically correct, at the present, we believe that all were killed in the crash, but there is a growing body of testimony that suggests one may have survived, and we're looking into that.
All right, I've got a lot of faxes here. Here's one of them, Kevin. It's a two-part question. Two things bothered me about the testimony of Steve McKenzie. He said he was an intelligence officer, a radar operator, and a key person to the crash site. From what I know of the military, people are pigeonholed into specific roles. How could McKenzie do all these things?
Well, the readers misunderstood probably because we didn't make it clear, McKenzie was not a radar operator. He was an intelligence officer who had been sent to monitor the operation, or monitor the radars at White Sands. And all he was doing was watching what was going on. He was not a radar operator. But when you move into the intelligence field, oftentimes people are put in a lot of different situations to monitor things and prepare reports. But the idea that McKenzie wasn't, in fact, a radar operator is something that others have questioned us on, and so it's clear from the book that we made a mistake in not clarifying that he was not a radar operator per se.
All right, good. McKenzie said the military was monitoring strange objects on radar just prior to the crash, and he was ordered to watch the radar at all times. He said that even he had to rig a set of mirrors to watch the radar screen when he went to the bathroom. Seems to me like it would be really hard to see any detail on the radar screen from a distance through mirrors.
Again, that's my fault. When McKenzie told me the story, what popped into my mind was the system of mirrors that was used in the movie Real Genius when they were trying to get the laser to bounce outside the house.
Right.
What he said was, and he's made this clear to me since then many, many times, what he said was there was one mirror they put up because there was a warning light. If something happened in the radar room, the operator or somebody would flip the switch and a warning light would go on to show which screen was active and what was going on, and the mirror was set up so that they could see that warning light in case it came on.
All right.
So that was a mistake that I made and shouldn't be blamed on.
All right. Very good of you to admit it. This is from John in Portland. And finally, if the crash and cleanup had been going on for 2 days before the press release, if they wanted to keep it secret, why would they make the whole thing even more visible by issuing a press release that they had captured a flying disc?
It seems that, according to the information we have, that the information was leaking out. Roswell had been into town. He talked about it to Frank Joyce. Joyce had put it on the radio. There were rumors flying around Roswell at this time, and what they were attempting to do was suppress those rumors. What they did was they set up a straw man. Yeah, we have a flying saucer. 3 hours later, they said, no, we made a mistake. These clowns in Roswell aren't smart enough to tell the difference between a balloon and a real flying saucer, and it killed the story right there. At that point, the story was dead. Nobody was questioning anything. Everybody was laughing at the clowns in Roswell. It was a brilliantly conceived operation. I'm amazed that they actually thought of it, but if you take a look at what happened, it worked brilliantly and would still be working today if Jesse Marcel had not spoken to a number of people about handling pieces of a flying saucer.
All right, this is from Jeff in St. Louis. Would the sighting information on Roswell be available to anybody under the Freedom of Information Act? In other words, how much would anybody who filed get?
Once you mention the word Roswell, you've kind of given it away, what you're looking for, and you're dead in the water. You have to go at it in a sort of a clever way, not suggesting you want Roswell. We have not found anything through Freedom of Information that would provide any documentable proof that Roswell took place. Although, to qualify that, there was a Freedom of Information Act request that went in against the FBI, and the FBI released a whole raft of documents, and hidden in the documents was that handwritten note by J. Edgar Hoover about the discs recovered and the Army not allowing the FBI to see them. So there was a hint there. We still don't know exactly what that means. But what we've done is, through Freedom of Information, has provided us with the information on Project Moondust. It's provided us with other links between Moondust and UFOs and things like that. So the Freedom of Information works to a certain extent, but it doesn't give us all the answers we want.
You've got to kind of approach it stealthily.
Yes, and the other thing is to get the information. They say now you have to be as clear as and specific as what you want, so they know where to look for the documentation.
Sure.
And we've requested specific things. For example, Jay West told us about a map that was at Holloman Air Force Base that supposedly showed 2 sites on it: the debris field and the impact site. And of course, we put a FOIA request in at Holloman to get a hold of that map, and they came back and said we can't find any file. And if you perceive this answer as being non-responsive, then you can appeal it to the Air Force. They'll look at it. If they find the same way, then you're forced into court, and it costs you money.
All right. On the toll-free line, you're on the air with Kevin Randall. Hello.
Hi, this is Ted from KVI.
Hello, Ted.
just in relation to what you were talking about a little bit earlier, there was a couple of very interesting calls on the Laura Lee program last night you might want to call her and verify with, but to relate it, it was a couple of people that had connections with people in the service. One had been an actual member of the service and mentioned something about the black helicopters, and he said that there's an area somewhere down there in the southwest that they do specific training in regards to it, and they are unmarked helicopters, and they very frequently go abroad or through domestic places and cordon off various areas and do various exercises.
All right.
And the second call was in relation to kind of on a couple of different levels, but dealing with the far-fetched the hollow earth theory, or dealing with that there is an underground type of civilization or different cities and whatnot connecting, like also with Area 51 and some various tunnels and stuff going on.
All right.
But he related that there was some activity of various groups going down in small units of four people groups, and the government was kind of doing this type of thing, but it was very bizarre kind of calls. But
all right. Well, there are many of those. Kevin, what do you know about this tunnel business? There have been stories for years now about underground tunnels. Anything to it?
Well, that and the hidden bases, I guess, is all part of that.
Right.
I have seen no evidence that would convince me that this takes place. I'd like to see some better evidence, but until I do, you have to kind of sit back and say, well, it's interesting, and if you prove that the UFOs, flying saucers, can get here from another planet, then some of this stuff makes more sense because you don't have to leap that one hurdle to get here. But at this point, I'm afraid a bit skeptical on that.
All right, from Greg in Seattle, why weren't the archaeologists who were near the crash site presented in the movie? They didn't reference them in the movie.
I think that was probably just, there was only so much they could do with the movie. And frankly, I would have liked to see them do a lot more in the movie. Everybody I've talked to seems to wish the movie had been longer.
All right, the end of the movie, does you remember the gentleman who met with Jesse Marcel in the empty hangar?
That was the Townsend character, Martin Sheen, yeah.
Is there any indication that really occurred?
No, that is like the reunion that Jesse Marcel was at. That was created to build a framework for the film and provide information in the film.
All right, well, it is important to know where they took dramatic license.
Oh, absolutely.
All right, good. Let's go back to the phones on the toll-free line. You're on the air with Kevin Randall. Hi.
Hi, Art. This is Brian up in Tacoma, Washington.
Hello, Brian.
Hi. I'm just curious, this material they found at Roswell, did it have a radar cross-section? I'm an air traffic controller and have been for 10 years. And I look at Mount Rainier every night. And I've never seen anything. Nothing weird out of the ordinary, and I don't know any other controllers that have.
I can go the same direction. I was an Army helicopter pilot, and I don't know anybody as an Army helicopter pilot who saw anything out of the ordinary. Although, to be perfectly honest, we did chase the black helicopter in Cambodia once. And I don't think it has any relevance to the black helicopters we were talking about. But one of the theories that had been postulated was what crashed at Roswell was really a flying wing, because the flying wing form has a very small radar cross-section. Right. And that was the big secret at Roswell, not that it was a flying wing, but that because it detracted from radar. But I think our stealth technology kind of eliminates part of that problem. And the materials at Roswell, we describe them as metal, but they may not have had the same reflective capability of real metal. But again, McKinsey and others said that they had watched this object for a number of days on radar. So we've got the problem that we simply just don't have information on. So we have to speculate in various arenas.
All right, and this comes from Dan. I like this kind of question from Phoenix. Art, it is inconceivable to me that as large as the crash site was, that every piece of wreckage was recovered. No matter how many people policed the area, I'm sure something was missed. Most likely some things were buried and likely still are. How about going out there with bulldozers, digging up the place? I realize nearly 50 years had passed, but I'm sure it would be well worth the effort if the evidence is found.
Well, first of all, we've already sort of done that. Clearly, stuff was missed because Bill Brazel found little bits and pieces of debris for the next couple of years and had his cigar pocket full of them as the military finally came to the away from him after he mentioned that he had them. When we performed
What is the attitude of the present property owner?
The property owner has been very cooperative, but the one problem we ran into is some kid trespassed on his property, not related to this at all, trespassed on the property, was running for some office, broke his arm, and then sued the property owner. They cost the property owner $50,000.
Of course.
You know, this makes no sense to me at all. It's like the lady that scalded herself on the coffee at McDonald's got $2 million. For God's sake, lady, it's hot coffee. You should have known that. But that sort of thing happens, so that inhibits what we can do. But the property owner's been very cooperative with us, as long as we don't interfere with the operations of the land. And we're very careful to do that, not interfere. And we've been very careful to leave nothing behind us when we leave, so we're not leaving garbage trash around.
Sure. All right. On the wild card line, you're on the air with Kevin Randall. Good evening.
Yes, sir. This is Greg from PEX, Portland, Oregon.
Yes, Greg.
I was wondering if your guest is familiar with the 3 books by Charles Schreiber, Majestic Beauty and Transformation, and I wonder why I never hear any of the UFOologists.
That'd be Whitley Strieber.
Yeah, Whitley Strieber, that's what it is.
Well, first of all, Majestic was a work of fiction, so we can eliminate that right there. And it's clearly a work of fiction, and Strieber makes no bones about the fact of being a work of fiction. The other 2 books deal with the abduction phenomenon. What Don and I have been doing for the last 5 years clearly is investigating the case at Roswell, staying away from the abduction phenomenon as much as we possibly can. There are others who are better versed in that. John Mack, Bud Hopkins, for example.
Yeah, I had John Mack on here a couple of weeks ago. There are a lot of people, Kevin, who feel the abduction thing is the best line of research to now follow to try to prove something. I take it you're more of a nuts and bolts kind of guy.
Our feeling is if we can establish Roswell took place, meaning it was an extraterrestrial spacecraft, then the work done by Bud Hopkins and John Mack follows that much easier. They don't have to meet that first hurdle of proving that the UFOs are extraterrestrial. We've done that for them, and they can get on and do the work that they need to do, and we can find out what the hell is going on.
All right, good. Wildcard line, make that toll-free line. You're on the air with Kevin Randall. Hi.
Well, Art, I'm privileged. This is Tom in Mapes, Arizona, KFYI.
Hi, Tom.
And I want to ask Kevin what sort of methods of propulsion he may suspect they use. It's certainly not conventional Newtonian, throw rocks and go the opposite direction.
I really have no clues about the propulsion. We have no evidences for that at all. I do know that Marcel, when he had an opportunity to use a Geiger counter, could find no evidence of radioactivity. I also know that James Van Allen told me that if you move a spacecraft through space at near relativistic speeds, that you are in essence bombarding it with hydrogen atoms, and the craft itself should become radioactive. There's no evidence that that happened. When we get into the idea of propulsion, we just simply don't know.
So are you suggesting then that any craft that had moved through the kind of space it would have moved through to come here would have at least produced something above, or should have produced something above the background radiation?
The craft itself should become irradiated as it moves through space at near relativistic speeds, unless there's something else going on that we don't understand, and I assume that's what's happening, because very few places is there any kind of radioactivity associated with the craft, whether it is the propulsion system or the fact it's been bombarded by the hydrogen atoms as it moves through space.
All right, this is going to have to be a quick answer. Chris in Everett, Washington, wants to know about something reported in the L.A. Times regarding a UFO fired on by the military, allegedly. Had you heard of that?
There's a number of cases where the military has fired on UFOs. I don't know whether it's a recent case or something from
This was one some time ago, supposedly in Los Angeles. So you don't know anything specifically about that?
There was a case out of Cannon Air Force Base in New Mexico where 2 F-4s tried to intercept a UFO, and they came back and landed at the base and were isolated on the flight line and apparently had all kinds of little tiny holes in them.
All right, hold it there, Kevin. We'll be back. This is Dreamland. Station for Central Illinois. This is Talk Radio 102 FM.
From the Kingdom of Nye, we continue with your calls on Dreamland with Art Bell. Call Art now toll-free at 1-800-618-8255. 1-800-618-TALK. First-time callers, area code 702-727-1222. 702-727-1222. Or the wildcard line at area code 702-727-1295. 727-1295 in the 702 area code. Now again, here's Art Bell.
Good evening, everybody. Talking about the truth with regard to the UFO crash at Roswell with Kevin Randall, co-author of a book by that same name. We'll get back to him in just a moment. At 1-800-400-1999. Do it between 8 in the morning and 8 at night, please, not time. 1-800-400-1999. And then there is one more item that I'm back on the air again. Hi. All right. Here's yet another fax from St. Louis County. I've wondered for some time about the involvement of Secretary James Forrestal in Roswell crash and investigation. Of course, Mr. Forrestal was the one in the movie who received a mental message from the one living alien through the glass. I recall that. He saw, according to the movie, that more or less Mr. Forrestal went from sanity to reportedly uncontrollably paranoid behavior, that somebody was out to get him. In the movie, the 12 men sitting around the table discussed the plans of whether or not to tell the people. Mr. Forrestal seemed to express the feeling that we should all be told the truth. Is that roughly accurate?
Well, what we know clearly is in July of 1947, the War Department and the Navy Department were combined into the Department of Defense, and Forrestal, who had been the Secretary of the Navy, became the first Secretary of Defense. He was in a position to know everything in 1947. He would have been told. We don't know how much else he may have known from that point. So, again, if you remember in the movie, this was Townsend telling Marcel what was going on, and then Townsend said to Marcel, well, then none of it's true. Well, maybe some of it's true. So what we're getting there is the idea that the disinformation has been fed into the public. Remember the general sitting around and saying, well, we can tell us the real story from less than credible sources.
Yes.
We can plant stories. So they're showing that all of this is going on. So we just don't know exactly what Forrestal's involvement was or how much he knew. But clearly, he was one of the people at the top who should have known. And General Nixon, I think, even identified him as one of the people who knew.
All right. Did his mental deterioration, was there a deterioration?
The story is he committed suicide. Yes. It would suggest there was a mental deterioration, but we don't know what. We as laymen don't know exactly what caused that deterioration.
All right. On the toll-free line, you're on the air with Kevin Randall. Hi. Where are you, sir? Okay. KCNR, yes, sir. Yes, sir, we're well aware that that's true of every telephone system, not just the 800 number. Well, yes, but that would make people angry because they'd be on hold for a long time, so we just try to do it this way, sir. Anyway, sir, you are on the air now, so go ahead.
Yes. Frank George, yeah.
In the movie, and also, what connection do you feel that has to the on the plains of San Augusta?
I think, first of all, Frank Joyce has said all along that Mac Brazel told him stuff, and he doesn't want to put words in a dead man's mouth and won't tell us what Brazel may have told him in that first interview. So we just don't know. My personal opinion is there was no crash on the plains of San Augustine. That story came about because of the Barney Barnett testimonies offered from his friend, and that they may have understood what he was talking about. Our opinion is that Barney Barnett came in contact with the archaeologist led by Curry Holden. Barnett, in his capacity as a soil conservation engineer, would have been dealing with the archaeological and the anthropological communities, and at some point he ran into this story, and it has been inadvertently changed into a story he heard from people into one that he was a participant in. The evidence from the diary, for example, that his wife kept, puts him outside of the realm of it being plausible that he was directly involved. We don't believe there was an event on the plains of San Augustine. We believe that was a mistake, an inadvertent mistake, not a conscious mistake, made by the original investigators.
All right. On the toll-free line, you're on the air with Kevin Randall, top of the evening.
Hello?
Hello there, sir.
Yes.
Yes, you're on the air. Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Ellingsburg, Washington.
All right, go right ahead.
I'd like to ask you about the exactly corrected 1967 and 1968, or maybe 1966, 1967, in Putney and Sunburst, Montana. Do you ever do any research on any of that?
No, I have not.
Okay, well then it's not worth bringing up, because I'm also a private investigator. Been an investigator for about 36 to 37 years, okay? And I was just going to bring up some questions on some of the things that they had there on the UFOs that were supposedly landing there.
All right, well, since we're not familiar with that particular incident, sir, I'm sorry, right now we can't follow up on it, but we may have a guest who can shortly. Hello there on the wildcard line. You're on the air with Kevin Randall.
Hello, Art. This is Bill calling from Seattle.
Hi, Bill.
Hi there. I have two quick questions. First question is, I have talked with this subject to a skeptic uncle of mine, and he always asks me, well, how could the entire world government cover this phenomenon up? And my second question is, are people in Roswell still being threatened today?
All right, thank you.
Part one is we don't know that the entire world governments are covering it up. It may be just our government who's in possession of the information. But it's a good question. Is there some kind of conspiracy among the governments to keep this hushed up? Clearly, there are.
I think, Kevin, his question is more general, not just with respect to Roswell, but the whole UFO phenomenon. If it were real, how could all of these governments worldwide be covering it up?
And then the answer is the Belgians, of course, were just out with the sightings there in the early part of this decade, talking about it. They may not be in possession of all the data our government is in possession of, and a lot of the governments, the French government, takes a much more serious look at the UFO phenomenon.
By the way, while we're on the subject, there was an Associated Press report in the last week or two, Kevin, that the Chinese government called for an investigation into the whole UFO phenomenon. Had you heard anything about that?
No, I had not heard that.
All right, well, I believe that is accurate, and I'm going to try to find out more. On the toll-free line, you're on the air with Kevin Randall. Hi. Hello there. No, are you there?
Yes, I am.
All right. Well, speak up. Where are you?
Sorry, Kevin Randall. I'm trying to,
Turn your radio off, sir.
It's off.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I was listening to the radio, must be delayed. My question was, I understand when Jimmy Carter was president, he was trying to get some information on UFOs, and they point blank said, sorry, you're not entitled to that information. We're not going to let you have it. And also Barry Goldwater tried to get in some hangar out in Ray Patterson, Ohio. Same thing, government said, sorry, we don't care who you are. You're not allowed in here.
No, we have to take it at different levels. First of all, Barry Goldwater requested the information of Curtis LeMay. And Barry Goldwater was a Major General in the Air Force Reserve.
Right.
And LeMay, of course, was a 4-star general and told him he wasn't entitled to the information, and LeMay could make that fit.
Okay, I wasn't aware of that.
Carter was not told he couldn't have the information. I believe Carter was convinced that he should talk about the information. And that was why there was nothing more that came from Carter. But as the president, you have the power to get anywhere you want in the government.
That was my understanding. That's why I was wondering when you mentioned, well, the government, who exactly are we talking about here that's withholding this information? If someone as high up as the president is trying to gain access,
I think the problem is, for example, the current president, Bill Clinton, probably has no desire to get this information because he's got other problems. Carter supposedly wanted to get the information, and it's my understanding that he did get it, and they convinced him it was best that he keep quiet.
I don't know what they told him. That's our understanding. Now, he was questioned about that on a radio program in L.A. When he was out promoting his book after his presidency had ended, and that question came up. You were going to release all this information. You didn't do it. Why not? And his answer was supposedly because the investigation was ongoing, and he didn't want to release the information prematurely. That's my understanding of what he said, but he did get access to the information.
Kevin, I always like to ask UFO investigators this, and I'm going to ask you. If you had the smoking gun, or laid your hands on the smoking gun, and all of a sudden, boom, 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 knock on your door, a couple of guys in suits, if Mr. Randall, yes, you've uncovered the truth, but look, we have study after study, Mr. Randall, that shows if you release this information with all it implies to the general public, there's going to be panic, there's going to be social disruption, a lot of our institutions are going to fall, and we're asking you, Mr. Randall, as a matter of national security, to keep your mouth shut. What are you going to do?
My first question is, prove it, that those events are going to happen. And my second question to them is, what happens if one lands tomorrow at the United Nations and you can no longer control the information? Isn't it better for me to provide the people with the answer that, yes, one crashed in Roswell 47 years ago, that UFOs do exist, and they sit back and they say, well, it happened 47 years ago, it hasn't affected my life, so why should I panic? But if one lands there tomorrow, they no longer have that cushion. Isn't it better for me to continue on with my investigation and provide that cushion rather than leaving it in the hands of somebody else that may change everything tomorrow and may cause a disaster for our civilization?
Okay, so in other words, you would question the studies that would show that disruption. Let me then try it one more way, and then I'll give up and we'll go on with calls. Okay, Mr. Randall, you have the smoking gun. But we're here to tell you that if you go anywhere with it, if you talk to the media, if you keep going the way you're going, you are going to end up in the desert, not to ever be heard from again.
I think you've now convinced me. or better yet, how about you give me $10 million and I've never heard the term flying saucer?
Oh, Kevin. All right.
If you're going to take me out and kill me, then I might as well get some money out of it.
I understand. On the toll-free line, you're on the air with Kevin Randall.
Yeah, there seems to be a contradiction brought out in the evidence here.
All right, where are you, sir?
Maybe I'm just dense, I don't know.
That's right. Where are you?
Fairbanks.
Fairbanks, Alaska.
But all the debris that was broken into small pieces, and the body supposedly appeared to be very fragile. Okay, it's been showed that these pieces were hard to cut, couldn't be cut, whatever. How come it could have busted into so many small pieces? And, if the answer is, well, it was such impact and force, then why weren't the bodies, why weren't they just so much squashed tomatoes?
All right, we'll tackle that. Well, I believe the answer to that would be there was a debris field and then supposedly a second site at which the main body of the craft with the bodies was found, correct?
Yes. Yeah, that may explain it right there. But frankly, we don't have good answers to that question. All we can do is report on the testimony that we've been given and look at that. And it may be that there was some kind of outer shell that was shed by this thing that accounts for the debris field, and the bodies themselves were protected in the vehicle or whatever that was found on the impact site. We just don't have a good answer for that.
All right, good. On the wildcard line, you're on the air with Kevin Randall. Good evening.
Good evening, Art. Dennis calling from Portland.
Hi, Dennis.
Good evening, Kevin.
Good evening.
I'd like to use this opportunity. I know you continually investigate this case. I was wondering if you could update us on any new information or findings since your two books and your lecture here in Portland.
Well, I think one of the things we need to point out is Don Epker from UFO Magazine found another first-hand witness, and that tends to corroborate a lot of the material in the book, and that's a major find.
I agree. But what have you found, or Don?
I found another witness named Leo Spear, who was an MP at Roswell in July of 1947. He's in the yearbook. We can document him there.
Wow.
What he did was he was not involved in guarding the site, but he remembered his friends who were, and they'd come back to the barracks telling me about this flying
what they're calling ice?
Yes, sir.
A crystalline substance?
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That is remarkable.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I've been trying to...
That is absolutely remarkable. And for all the people who have been talked about Richard Hoagland, you might want to note this report. That'll be coming on this Tuesday?
It was on last Tuesday.
Last Tuesday. They found
And I confirm that was on because I saw it as well.
Yeah.
It was fascinating.
Well. All right, and you had a question?
Yes. How long did the alien live for, the one that lived?
All right, good question.
Our information, and again, it's very speculative, is that the one that survived lived for a number of years after the event.
A number of years?
A number of years after the event, the one that survived.
So again, the motion picture may have, the demise of the alien may have been a little early.
May have been a little bit early, but it did die within a couple of years of the event. But as I say, that's very speculative information at this point. We do not have good, solid basis for it.
All right. On the toll-free line, you're on the air with Kevin Randall. Where are you calling from, please?
This is Cal from Los Angeles.
Los Angeles, all right.
Kevin, I want to ask you about holes in space. Are these interdimensional, or do they just go to other parts of the universe?
You're referring to black holes?
Yes, I had an encounter with a couple individuals that informed me that they traveled through these holes.
All right, thank you. Well, there has been speculation that if you could get near the event horizon of a black hole,
If you pop out in another dimension or another part of the universe, I've heard that as well. I simply don't have any good answers for that.
All right, first-time caller line, you're on the air with Kevin Randall.
Hey, Kevin, how you doing?
Just fine, thank you.
I had a couple of questions. One, I find it quite astonishing. Well, most people aren't aware of what's really going on here, and Kevin has done a lot of marvelous work here, but this is, what he is talking about is something that has been documented in multiple cultures for over 3,000 years, and I got a question that he's heard of this particular device, but this has been, I've traced it back to Hebrew, through Greek, and Chaldean, many different things of exactly what he's talking about, events just like this happening many thousands of years ago. I mean, even before Christ was born, these events took. I wanted to ask him, had he heard anything on the time resonifier? It's a device, a resonifier is something that picks up and marks on an amplitude, like when you're tuning an instrument or something, you hit a certain note and it makes the key vibrate and it resonifies at a certain frequency. There's supposedly a device that's been created called the time resonifier that, everybody who's skeptical about it says, well, that's 10 light years. Would you drive 10 years just come over here and see what Earth is about? According to this, instead of, having warp 1 or warp 2 or warp 3.
Listen, sir, I'm sorry. Sir, you're going to have to hold, sir. Well, he's not going to hold it. All right. Are you familiar with that device, Kevin?
No, I'm not.
Kevin, give the phone number on how to get your book, because we're out of time.
Well, the best way to get the book is, of course, the local bookstore, but if you can't, you can call 1-800-462-6420, and they'll be able to get a copy of the book for you.
All right, there's only enough time to say thank you, my friend, and we will do it again.
Thank you. I appreciate the time.
Take care. Kevin Randall, author of The Truth About the UFO Crash at Roswell. That's going to do it. Remember, if you want a copy of this program or any other Dreamland program or the entire series, call area code 503-664-7966. 24 hours a day. 503-664-7966. Good night, everybody. This has been Dreamland, a program dedicated to an examination of areas in the human experience not easily nor neatly put in a box. Things seen at the edge of vision, awakening a part of the mind as yet not mapped. Yet things every bit as real as the air we breathe but don't see. Please join us again next week at this time for Dreamland.
pre-recorded, previously broadcast program.
Welcome to Dreamland, a program dedicated to an examination of areas in the human experience not easily nor neatly put in a box. Things seen at the edge of vision, awakening a part of the mind as yet not mapped, and yet things every bit as real as the air we breathe but don't see. This is Dreamland. From the high desert, it's Sunday evening, and it's another Dreamland. Good evening, everybody. I'm Art Bell. We are going to go exploring about the possibility of a life after this life, and after the next life, and before this life, and before that life. Dr. Bruce Goldberg is going to be our guest this morning on Dreamland. This evening. It's just evening. I guess in some areas, I'll be right, this will be replayed and it'll be morning. At any rate, it's awfully good to be here. Going back east now, as we always do, our weekly reporter, the much-renowned Linda Howe. And so back now to Philadelphia and Linda Howe. Linda, good evening, he says. Hi, Linda.
Yes, hi. Can you hear me all right?
I hear you just fine.
Okay. I thought that I would start tonight updating that extraordinary story of the 1,700 missing cattle from Waurika, Oklahoma. Friday, I talked with both the sheriff and with the president of First Farmer National Bank there. The first hard piece of data is that Mr. Richardson's cattle have 4 distinct brands, and so far as of Friday, none of those brands have shown up in any sale barns, which was one of the investigations by the Texas and Southwestern Cattle Raisers Association in Fort Worth. They sent investigators between Texas, Oklahoma, and other states looking for these brands in the event that they had been stolen for resale.
That's kind of the equivalent of the police going to pawn shops after a big burglary.
Exactly. Now, the president of the bank told me that he knows in his bank that he holds many invoices of cattle purchases by the rancher, Mr. Richardson, that would be equivalent to this number of animals. And he said that Mr. Richardson has been a rancher for 30 years and has developed a style of matching cows with their newborns as pairs, and then selling the cow and that calf, and that is his business. And that of the 1,700, they were divided evenly between cows and their calves. The sheriff did confirm it would have taken at least 25 double-trailer trucks to have moved that many animals, and his problem is that they have not been able to come up with any evidence whatsoever that any kind of truck activity occurred in Waurika, and the sheriff is doubly puzzled because they have not been able to find evidence that there were that many cattle in this particular pasture, but there are mixed data on that. The banker says that he has seen the number of cattle that the rancher had reported or some form thereof, and as of Friday, this remains a mystery, and I learned 2 other details. 2 other ranchers in Waurika, Oklahoma, since the spring have respectively lost approximately 25 head of their animals, and they were reported to the bank, but they were not. They did not go into this kind of headline news. The assumption was that maybe they were rustled, but as of Friday, those cases had never been solved either, and those brands had never showed up in any of the sale barns. So as of this Labor Day weekend, the 1,700 animals are still a mystery at the sheriff's office and at the bank and Mr. Richardson's residence in Waurika, Oklahoma.
How could possibly that number of cattle just...
Extraordinary, isn't it?
Yes.
And I kept thinking as I was talking with these people, and we were sticking just with the facts, but I could not help thinking about that interview that I did with one of our Dreamland listeners who wrote me this summer about finding the mutilated animal out in Sand Springs, Oregon. in a kind of depression in the ground with ear missing, eye missing, tongue, genitals, and rectum cord out, and having that cowhand say to him, well, I've seen these big white lights come at night and send down beams of light over these cattle, and I've watched these cattle rise in these beams of light, and then I've heard the cattle be dropped down to the ground.
All right, Linda, I know that I got a newspaper article from New Mexico which talks about the incredible number of cattle mutilations there. In fact, the newspaper locally is calling for an investigation. And I know you've been reporting a lot of what's going on down there.
Right.
You are going out there, aren't you?
Yes, and next Sunday I'll be reporting from New Mexico, and I will be talking with several of the veterinarians and the ranchers and others that have been working with us on these cases that I have been giving updates on now since May 14th, when we had 2 steers found at either end of a lake about 2 miles apart, and Dr. John Altschuler in Denver flew down to meet veterinarian Tim Johnson from Taos, and they did tissue excisions and necropsies of those animals right in the field. I have videotape of it. And in both of those steers, under the microscope, the tissue had been cut with something hot enough to cook the hemoglobin.
Boy.
So it is continuing to be an intense flurry of mutilations in northern New Mexico, and there's been a host of moving light, unidentified light sightings in southern Colorado. So who knows what I'm going to run into. But on this Labor Day weekend, as we are headed into the last quarter of 1994, I thought it was valuable to go back to one of the most credible multiple eyewitness reports of unidentified aerial objects this entire year to date. It was March 8th, around 9:30 p.m. in Michigan. Dozens of 911 calls were being made to the police department in Holland City, Michigan. The police dispatcher recorded the calls and then phoned a National Weather Service radar operator to see if he could confirm the presence of anything in the sky. I have it audio taped up from the unaltered master tape at the police department in Holland City, Michigan. First, I would like you to hear one of the very first callers who described a circle of lights.
Direct from the TV.
Have you heard anything about these lights that are flickering up here in the east-southeast area? The string of Christmas lights is way up in the sky. And we wondered if you had heard anything about it. No, well, you might have somebody take a look. It's different. I've never seen anything like it. I don't know. It's strange. But it's right out east-southeast is way up. And it's just a circle of a lot of different lights flickering. And it's different than any airplane.
Now,
wow.
I'm going to play for you.
That was obviously, Linda, as the sighting was going on, that's pretty exciting.
Well, yes, and it goes on that this tape has many of the eyewitnesses. And now I'm going to play an excerpt from the conversation between the Holland City, Michigan police dispatcher and the radar operator, who is seeing 3 and 4 objects on his radar screen between 6,000 and 12,000 feet elevation, moving in a triangular formation estimated to be 25 miles from end to end and moving at enormous speed.
Wow. All right. Go ahead. Once again with our new audio system. I think it's coming up in...
Yeah, I've never seen... Now I'm getting multiple terms. One of the people that called that I had happened to talk to said it looks like a bunch of cylindrical objects. Oh my God, what is that? They were going together and coming apart. Yeah, there's 3, and they're lengthwise. Now I'm getting 3 of them. And I'm getting a third one now, and they're separated by about, looks like about 5,000 feet in height, and about maybe an airplane. They come together and then they separate, and they just keep doing this all the time.
Boy, if that doesn't raise the hair on the back of your neck, nothing will.
That's right. And after this March 8, 1994 reports by dozens of Michigan residents, a policy of no comment ensued at the National Weather Service Office, which is a federally funded agency under the Department of Commerce. As always, Art, the question is raised. What does someone in the United States government know about this phenomenon that it does not want to share with us, the public? That question has been important since the 1940s, and now 50 years later is still unanswered. And I guess that's at the heart of why we do Dreamland.
I guess it is, Linda. That's one of the best prepared presentations of a sighting I've ever heard. I mean, you've got the actual eyewitness screaming it to the police. Then you've got the radar operators confirming it.
That's right. And you remember him saying that he had never seen anything like this before during his weather radar experience, and that these were solid spikes.
Yeah.
This was not something that he was confusing at all with weather.
And his line, they're beginning to spike. This is not weather. These are solid objects.
That's right. And think about staying in the other parts of the tape, which we don't have time to go into, as these are moving across the scope. You know how the scopes, the hand sweeps around. They were moving at such a rapid rate, and yet they were going in and out of this maintained triangular formation.
What are the odds of getting a copy of some of that, Linda?
In terms of, you mean more of it?
No, well, an audio copy of it. Is there any chance you might get me an audio copy of what you've got?
Yeah.
I would really appreciate that.
And then you might be able to use it further.
You can depend on that.
All right.
Yeah, I would very much appreciate a copy of that. And Linda, one more item. Gee, that was exciting. The other item is that tape, which I had sent to you.
Yes.
Linda, I've obtained 35-millimeter photographs of this creature from Puerto Rico.
Right.
And I'm going to have them scanned and put up on Internet so everybody can get hold of them. I know that you have now seen the videotape, and I talked with you a little while ago.
Right.
Is that anything you recognize?
No. And as I explained to you, I am going to show this videotape and the photos that I have to a zoologist at the university, one of the big universities here, and I will see what scientific comment there is, and hopefully do it as an audio cassette interview. And if there is any story here, I'll report it on an upcoming Dreamland in the next few weeks.
All right, I will look forward to it. Sounds like your plate is full, and you're off to New Mexico. When do you actually leave, Linda?
I will leave Wednesday, and by next Sunday, hopefully, I will have some very interesting eyewitness reports, as well as, we hope, some more information back from the veterinarian pathologists who have been studying the most recent animals. And for those listeners who are not up to date, Eli Ronich, who I have interviewed and have done updates on the continuing loss of his animals to the strange phenomena, had his up to his 15th mutilation this past week. And another rancher not far from his ranch has had 2 and a mysterious death of a third animal, bringing the total of rancher, the mutilations in that Angel Fire, Espanola area of New Mexico up around Taos since May 14th to at least 7 cases that we've worked on, and we've heard that half a dozen other ranchers have had mutilations which they have not reported. So this is equivalent to the phenomenon last year in Alabama that my new documentary, Strange Harvest 1993, is about, when they had over 30 reports of animal mutilations in northeastern Alabama in a short period of time also. Okay, I know you're very busy, Linda, but if you could possibly get that tape off to me before you take off for New Mexico, I sure would appreciate it. All right. All right, and the other thing is, Linda, a lot of people here listening to this program would like to write to you, so take a deep breath and give us your address slowly. Okay. It is Linda Howe, Howe, at Post Office Box 538, in Huntingdon Valley, Pennsylvania. English spelling Hunting, D as in dog, O-N, Huntingdon Valley, Pennsylvania. And the zip code is 19006. And for those of you who have faxes, I'm happy to also get faxes at area code 215-491-9842.
Wonderful. Linda, thank you. Good luck in New Mexico. Take care.
All right.
All right, bye-bye. That's Linda Howe, and she will be coming to us from New Mexico next week, next Sunday on the program. So you're not going to want to miss that. Boy, there's a lot going on. I've never heard audio tapes. I've never heard audio tapes with that much solid witness evidence on them. That was good. Very good. All right, I want you to listen to me for a moment. If you have any savings, if you have investments, if you have money, you've got to hear this. Listen to me very carefully. Our money, the U.S. dollar, is in some trouble. It has been going down and down compared to the yen. The bond market has been in a devastating downward slide. There are problems on the horizon. Our government has said they will issue a new money. They announced that now 2 months ago. One for use inside the U.S., one for use outside the United States. So if you have some extra money, we are suggesting that you convert some of it to gold. It just makes sense. Gold always delivers. It's always there. It retains its value. Way back in the 30s, had you an ounce of gold in the form of a gold coin, and you held that money until now, then and now you would be able to buy a fine wool suit with that gold. It's the best way I can think of to explain it. And, of course, $20 now wouldn't begin to buy you a fine suit. If you had a $20 bill, it would buy you today what you can get today for $20, but the gold would still get you the fine wool suit. That's the best way to explain how gold holds its value. So, call North American Trading and let them tell you all about gold, and they will. They've got a free newsletter. All you've got to do is call them in the morning. Make that Tuesday morning, I guess, at 1-800-877-9799. That number again, 1-800-877-9799. In just a moment, Dr. Bruce Goldberg. It's not that often that I get a chance to tell you all about a product that has affected my life, like the Alpine air purification system. And not just my life, but my wife's as well. My wife suffers with asthma, and believe me, our home is a very different place since we turned on the Alpine system. In my case, I blow it directly into the intake of my central air conditioning, and the entire house smells mountain fresh. The unit is totally portable. It requires no installation. Just plug it in, turn it on, and your air will become clean and energized just the way nature does it. You ever see a thunderstorm with all the lightning coming down, smell the ozone and the ions? Well, you've really got to experience this one to believe it. I'm a smoker, and it's amazing how it also gets rid of odors. On top of that, there's no real risk involved. No risk. You get a 30-day money-back guarantee. That's right. Try it and see for yourself how it works. So if you've got allergies, asthma, or if you just care about the air you breathe, and that's the best reason, call 1-800-717-HOPE. Order your Alpine air purification system. I tell you, your home or office will start smelling like mountain air. The Alpine system is rock solid. It's built to run 24 hours a day and last 15 years. So call them at 1-800-717-HOPE. That's 1-800-717-HOPE. It's your air, and it's your health. Dr. Goldberg, right after the break at the bottom of the hour, let me tell you a little bit about Dr. Goldberg. He graduated from Southern Connecticut State College in June of 1970, earned a BA degree in biology and chemistry, attended the University of Maryland School of Dentistry, receiving his Doctor of Dental Surgery degree May of 1974, Upon completion of a general practice residency program in dentistry, he set up both a general dental and hypnosis practice in Baltimore, where he practiced until 1989. Dr. Goldberg moved his hypnotherapy practice to Los Angeles in 1989 and then retired from dentistry at that point. In 1984, Dr. Goldberg received an MS degree in counseling psychology from Loyola College. The American Society of Clinical Hypnosis trained Dr. Goldberg in the techniques and clinical applications of hypnosis in January of 1975. This organization trains only licensed dentists, physicians, and psychologists in the use of hypnosis. Dr. Goldberg has appeared on a lot of television and radio shows throughout the country. He's conducted live past life regressions on Donahue, Oprah, Joan Rivers, Regis, Kathy Lee, and other CNN stations. Through lectures, television and radio appearances, and newspaper articles, including interviews in Time and The Washington Post, he's been able to educate many people as to the benefits of hypnosis. He's conducted more than 30,000 past life regressions and future life progressions since 1975, and none of his patients have ever been harmed through the use of these techniques. In addition, Dr. Goldberg distributes cassette tapes to teach people self-hypnosis and to guide them into past and future lives. Dr. Goldberg gives lectures and seminars on hypnosis and regression and progression therapy as well. He is also a consultant to corporations, attorneys, and the local network media. So if you've ever wondered whether you lived before and may live again, this is going to be an evening you're not going to want to miss. He just had a CBS movie entitled The Search for Grace. I know he's proud of it. He should be. I saw it. It was a wonderful movie. Dr. Goldberg is next.
From the Kingdom of Nye, this is Dreamland with Art Bell on the CBC Radio Network.
Well, good evening, everybody. I'm still, that report from Linda Howe is still resonating within my brain. That was really something. Dr. Bruce Goldberg is going to talk to us about lives, past lives, future lives. The by Raymond Moody, Dr. Moody, who has been a guest here any number of times. And this is an area of particular fascination for me, as many of you know. So now to Dr. Goldberg. Dr. Goldberg, are you there?
I certainly am here. It's a pleasure to reincarnate with you.
Oh, yes, reincarnate with us.
This is what they call in football a three-peat.
That's right. Look, a lot of people, even though we warned them and promoted your movie, don't know about Search for Grace, The Search for Grace. Tell them about your movie and about that case, Doctor.
Well, one of the criticisms that not only my work but my colleagues have had over the years is that even though the clinical cases are very dramatic and very impressive, and of course that's my main purpose, people come to my Los Angeles office not to document lives but to solve clinical issues. But they say, well, what? But can you prove it? Can you substantiate with evidence? And what I did was I had a case that was approached to me by producers who wanted to do movies for CBS, and I said, that, okay, so I went to my files, and there was a patient of mine that I work with on the East Coast who I regressed her into 46 lives, and number 46 was a life that she lived in Buffalo, New York, as a woman who was, shall we say, a very disturbed woman, if you will, a woman who was unhappily married, and she was having numerous affairs on her husband, and finally she met up with a wrong guy for a long time who murdered her on May 17, 1927, Buffalo. Her name was Grace Doe, and she gave me about 3 dozen facts and trends, which were very specific, including her last name, her maiden name, her husband's occupation, where he worked, etc. And I did initial research just to check on the validity of it. And of course, the newspapers report murders for the last couple of years, so you always read about some people who are Jane Doe. And in fact, they did have this case where the name was checked out, a few facts were checked out. So I then just did the research, and I turned it over to CBS themselves, and they have independent researcher verify the other material. And it turned out, out of about the 3 dozen facts he gave, not only was every one of them verified, with the exception of two. Two of the facts that he gave were in dispute, which of course was a problem but not a big problem. And the two facts that he said that she was 32 years old when she was murdered, that she was not looking forward to her husband's birthday, and that her son's name was Cook. Now, the newspaper said that she was 30 years old, and her son's name was Chester Jr., Chester Jr., her husband. As it turned out, doing the research, now New York is a closed state. You cannot just go to the Department of Public Health and look for birth certificate and you can't tell someone and probably have a body. What you have to do is you have to go to the governor's office, you have to go to the requisition system, and you have to go to the Secretary office. These were contact permission to go to the post office. As it turned out, in 55 years, 1927 to 1993, the only entity, meaning the person or a corporation or any other situation in the state, and the definition of service of records was to be refused in 1962. And it turned out she was right in reporting the wrong. She was born on January 23rd, 1895. She was 32 years old. Her son's name was Clifford C. Jones. And the only way she could have known that was one of two ways. Either she was in fact the reincarnation of Mary Rose, which is what I feel she is, or somehow she acted off the soul. Either way, you established the reincarnation of life after death or permanence of the soul.
All right, how do we know, Doctor? Dr. John Mack was on the show a few weeks ago, and he was set up by a lady. And she got him. I don't know if you're familiar with that story or not.
No.
Dr. John Mack was set up. A lady came and told him a story, and he made it part of his book, one of many case studies, and she came back later and said, ha, 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 it was a setup. I set you up. None of this really happened.
Okay.
And I'm just wondering, how can you know for sure that she did not research this lady's life and get the facts?
Because the only way, she was not a member of the family. Okay, that's a gift. She was from a totally different part of the country. And even if she did research the facts, see, I'll accept that premise. The problem here is that this is now one of the most documented cases of the country, even though these value nurses, because now we have the real, what we call her ID, it's not her real name, that's what I call her. If she did research the facts, she would have given all the information that was in the newspaper report, including the full data of her age and son's name. She could not possibly have known that fact. I say I had a interesting conversation. I was doing a review of the day before the movie aired on WCW on May 16th. I was interviewed on WGR Radio 7, which is a 50,000 mile radio staff. I wrote this about 12 years ago. I done it from down over the years. Right. And the host of the show was an old friend of mine. His name is Tom Barrow. And Tom says, I did some research, doctor. I have a question on I want you to read. I said, sure. Now, what he did was that the Department of Public Health said that for $10, anybody can walk in there and get the birth certificate of anyone, including Governor Cuomo. Right? And I said, really? I said, let me speak to the person. Using my LA Law Club examination test.
Right.
And I spoke to him, very nice guy, he's a supervisor, and he said that, excuse me, but I think before you even ask me any questions, there's been an error here. You see, Mr. Barrow spoke to one of my employees in reference to that, and my employee gave him the wrong information. You see, I am the supervisor, and any request for birth certificate goes to my office before they're released. Nobody. Jesus Christ couldn't get a birth certificate without having a family member, being a family member, or having an absolute permission granted. There's no way they can get here without a request filled out, signed in triplicate, and filed with the Department of Public Health.
Right.
So what he did was totally validate the idea that she could not have possibly known. There's no way she could have known. And not only that, what Grace knows, what people don't know unless they read the book, is that this is a woman whose family disowned her. I mean, nobody wants, there's no pictures of her. There's no, there's legal records of her marriage and her birth and her death certificate, of course. But there's no, this is not the person that people, talk about at Thanksgiving dinner. This is a woman who was just like, just ostracized, if you will. So there's no way that it's physically impossible for her without getting into the Department of Health records, unless she did a James Bond routine. There's no way she could have possibly gotten that information, and that makes it extremely very valuable, especially those two facts. So now in John Mack's case, I don't know about that case, but I'll tell you what, I guarantee I can tell you the source. The source is most likely an organization called Tootsie Cop, based in Buffalo, New York, by a man named Paul Kurtz, a name I'm sure you probably know. He's a parapsychological debunker who likes to use magicians to set up people. But this woman, not only was she not, do I know she was not set up because of that, here's another interesting fact. Here is a woman who she refused all interviews. I'm like her agent here. She refused to go on all the panel shows, wanted to do interviews with her, and in fact people now want to. In fact, major magazines and newspapers want to do interviews with her. She refuses any and all publicity.
Yeah, it's another good measure.
Yeah, and again, she also, by the way, another thing too. Here's another interesting measure. People always talk about the finances. You know, they always like to get down to the old greenback.
Yeah.
And this is not gold coins, but American dollars. But what they said to me was, what about the rights fees? Well, Ivy, or the real Ivy, signed over the rights to me. She did not get a cent from this. In fact, her advice to me was, prior to me dealing with CBS, she said, I want you, Dr. Goldberg, to get the message out in only the way you know how to do, which means, of course, using the media for education and getting the point across, as I am, well known to do. So here's a woman who got nothing out of this. Zero. I mean, nothing. No one knows who she is except for me. And in fact, I'll show you another validation, which is kind of indirect. I got a call from an attorney in Buffalo, New York, who called me about a few days after the movie aired. The granddaughters of Grace Jones, who are alive, they're baby boomers, if you will. They had to contact an attorney to contact me. They want to meet the real Ivy because they obviously believe that she is the reincarnation of their grandmother. And so, I mean, here is an attorney and 4 granddaughters, one of which who looks exactly like the real Grace Jones, have already contacted me trying to get me to hook up with the real Ivy. So, I mean, there's so much information coming up here. There's so many things that are happening that are just, there's nothing to disavow it. There's everything to support it. And like I say, what is the benefit here? There's nothing to gain by it. So, I mean, this is something that the research itself was very properly done and was done by an independent organization, not by me. And therefore, I mean, there's no way to disavow it. So, I mean, this is not going to be a reincarnation of Dr. John Macklin.
All right, Doctor, I want to understand what launched you into this whole search in the first place. In other words, how did you get from retirement, dental retirement, to where you are now? What launched you into this search to find out about reincarnation?
Okay, first, when you mention retirement from dentistry, which is true, although I do malpractice consulting, you have to understand your listeners who who do not know me. I am a very young retired dentist. When I was going to college in the late 60s and dental school in the early 70s, 70 to 74, in the 60s, I was not interested in watching plays or the movie like Hair. I had no interest in reincarnation. I was a very straight biochemistry student at Southern Connecticut State College in New Haven. So I had no interest whatsoever in any form of metaphysics until about 1972, when I took an astrology course. I started reading about astrology, and then I read the Bridey Murphy case. Maury Bernstein subsequently has become a very good friend.
Yes.
But I read the Bridey Murphy case, and I found that as a scientist and clinician, I found that extremely interesting. And I think, I want to test this hypothesis. In dental school, I decided I wanted to use hypnosis for pain control and apprehension control, which is very important. It's an excellent use for dentistry, and I used it for 13 years in my dental practice. However, I wanted to test the hypothesis. While I was a resident being trained in Florida, I took a course by the American Society of Clinical Hypnosis, which, by the way, does not believe in nor in any way accept the concept of reincarnation. I mean, they're a very hard-line, very conservative, very straight-laced, and if not reactionary group. So I sure didn't get my stimulation from them.
I see.
And the very first patient I decided to test this on was a friend of mine. She was a graduate student at Florida State University in social work, and she went into 9 different lives, which I thought was interesting.
Well, no, wait a minute. You said you decided to test it on one of your patients. What made you, was it the earlier research you had done? I mean, what culminated in, hey, I know hypnosis, I'm going to try this, and I'm going to see if there's anything to it? That must have been quite a step.
Actually, it really wasn't. I'll tell you why. That wasn't such a big quantum leap. The quantum leap was deciding to do the hypnosis for dental purposes and to use it in my practice, which is what the American Society trained me to use it for. While I was being trained, one of the psychiatrists who was training me, he said to me, he says, doctor, he says, you're a young doctor, and I was just right out of dental school, and he said, most people take this course for the CE units, and they go home and they put a plaque on the wall and they talk to their grandchildren about it later on, but no one ever uses it. Very few of us ever use it. He says, you are very talented, you've got a great voice and technique, and you're very assertive, and you've got a lot of characteristics here that are ideal, so I want you to just know that from my perspective, I want you to use this in your practice. And I said, I drove hundreds of miles to take this class, and I didn't do it just to impress my wall with my other degrees. I said, I intend to use this very fully. So that was a very nice compliment.
Yes.
When I got back, though, testing the hypothesis, you don't just read about hypnosis, you have to do it. It's a very clinical and very hands-on approach, if you will. So using hypnosis on this was not really a patient, she was a friend of mine, a colleague, if you will, later on. She simply said, look, if you're going to do hypnosis, why don't you do it with me? I think this is kind of fun. I'd like to try it. Just, it's relaxing. It's automatically a positive thing to do. So I think the worst I could do is just learn a few techniques, and, if I fail, whatever, it's a friend of mine. It's no harm, no foul, as they say.
I would think anybody who would volunteer for it would automatically be considered to be a good prospect.
Well, she was open-minded, and what I didn't know until later on, when I was working with her, was that she was a somnambule, which is the relatively rare kind of person, about 1 in 20, who can actually go into a very deep hypnotic trance, with these foreign languages fluency in trance, and even give enough information for complete validation. But that really wasn't my interest at the time. I didn't perceive at that time. I didn't do a progression and focus on me doing a documented case on CBS in 1974. As it turned out, she went into these 9 different lives. And what was interesting was that while I was working with her, I wasn't doing anything therapeutic, at least purposely. I was just using experiments, techniques, and asking questions and finding out how to deepen the trance level and doing some of the things that we do in hypnosis. She had 2 habits and a phobia that I wasn't even aware of. She was a smoker, but a very infrequent one. She had a bulimic habit, which is an eating disorder, which, of course, is easy to hide if you don't live with the person or don't know them that well. And then she also had a fear of water, which I didn't know because we used to go to the beach, and she would never go into water. But, a lot of women don't like to do it because of skin issues or whatever. They just, like to suntan themselves. But she was afraid of the water. As a result of going through these regressions, she overcame each of those 3 issues. And I wasn't even trying to work with her. I never gave her any direct suggestions or any techniques. She just, by going through the experience and by going through what I didn't know at that time was a technique I was later to document and develop called the superconscious mind test, which we'll talk about, was able to actually help her to raise her own soul's energy and rise above the issue like the immune system, if you will, and was able to permanently, I knew her for about 13 years, 12, 13 years later. She eventually moved up to the East Coast, and I knew her professionally. She was a colleague. So here's a woman who overcame these issues very, very extremely. So that really got me into the idea that, something, this deserves more attention. I immediately developed a part-time practice. Even before I developed my full-time, my dental practice, I was actually a resident at the time. And when I moved back to Baltimore to open my dental office, I practiced dentistry only 2 years full-time and hypnotherapy part-time. Within 2 years, hypnotherapy was now my full-time practice, and dentistry was about 10 hours a week. So really, it was a very intense dedication and commitment very early to hypnotherapy.
All right, something I really want to ask you about. It's that moment. In other words, you may have heard, read, done research about people with prior lives and all the rest of it, but I doubt that it can compare to getting your first subject and that moment when you realized you have led them into another life. It must have raised the hair on the back of your neck.
Well, it did. What happened was that, what happened first in dealing with my colleague here, she went to, the life that she went through first was the life in which she drowned on board a ship in about the early 1700s. And she went through the death experience, including the suffocation and everything that, the helplessness and the hopelessness of drowning with her being. It's not something that people, want to think of how to spend a nice Sunday evening. And that experience was very emotional, but it was very at the same time. When I saw that, I saw the intensity. This is a woman who was, I knew her. She was a very bright, very quick mind, very global, very open-minded person. But here's a woman who is not an actress. This is real nature. She was a social nature. And here she was going through these contortions, these intense things on the voice. This is a deal, but I'm going to eat my proverbial hat. And as it turned out, this was very critical in the immediate release of that particular program, which I didn't know existed. And within about 3 or 4 days, when I saw her next, she was swimming in the ocean and not just watching it. And that was extremely impressive. I said, look, this is like the extremely good the country was there, and especially the weather of the proverbial country. Basically, I like to think of myself as not really solving people's problems or curing people, but simply training them to do it themselves. And what I did with her was train her to access literally her higher self, as we talk about, and she was able to overcome these issues really mostly by herself. Just using a little what I call karmic tweak, as I call it. But the effect upon me was dramatic in the sense that I said to myself, whoa, this is like the light bulb goes over your head, or
exactly.
You know, this is the thing that said to myself, I'm going to now devote more time to this. I'm going to check this out, and I'm going to do more and more of it. She referred a lot of it fascinating to me, and other people that she knew in town. This was in Tallahassee, Florida. This was at Florida State University. Is like one of the major industries in town, if you will. And so I had used to practice, and I had a lot of experience, a lot of people to work with, and it just got more and more interesting, more and more therapeutic.
All right. Well, that's how it all happens. Hold on, Doctor. We'll be right back to you. My guest is Dr. Bruce Goldberg. He'll be back in a second. Do you have hard water? I certainly did. I have well water. Really good water, as a matter of fact, except it was hard, as well water would be. And it does a lot of predictable things. Decreases water pressure as it clogs your pipes. I don't know what you call it, junk. And it'll put spots on your glassware. You'll know you have it if you have that. Pour sudsing and soap and shampoo in the shower. You already know about all that. So if you have hard water, you know about it. It's scaling is what it's really called. Out at the end of the water pipe, I had a lot of it, and or at least some of it. And when they put this on, they said, look, in a few days it's going to start falling off, and sure enough, it did. I would never have advertised this had I not first used it. Then the scaling in the pipes broke out too, and then my water began to clear, and when it did, it was fantastic. And it is. This water is better for your skin, hair, food, clothes, appliances, car, pool, spas, whatever you've got that uses water. It's all done with space-age magnetic technology. That's GMX. It's a magnetic conditioning, water conditioning system. It's about $400 for the average resident. Comes with a 90-day money-back guarantee. If it does not do what we say it does, you get your money back. Simple as that. Call toll-free 1-800-400-1999. That's 1-800-400-1999. And now the Seagrain Company and the DL Digital Telephone. I spend a lot of time on the telephone, folks. Half my life, it seems. And so, of course, a portable telephone is just the ticket for me, except I couldn't stand normal portable telephones. Your neighbors interfere. You get home, click, disconnect. You know how they sound. I get them here on the air. You know how they sound usually. We'll hum you. Wishy. What does happen to us? Past lives, future lives. Are there rules to reincarnation? Is everybody reincarnated? What's the deal?
Well, the deal is actually more fully explained. I'll summarize it for you. But in my older book, Past Lives, Future Lives, the Valentine publication, there's a chapter where I talk about what happens in between lives and how you choose your next life. And in fact, there are techniques and tapes that are available that people can actually go through that experience. I call that the super conscious and soul plane. We'll talk about that later too. So basically, what happens is that when the soul, you have to understand, the soul is equivalent to this radio signal. This radio signal is electromagnetic radiation. Television signal is also the same kind of radiation. It's harmless radiation.
Yes.
Right? And your soul is, and we've proven scientifically over many years, your soul is in fact electromagnetic radiation. We can photograph it, we can weigh it, we can Well, interesting, the Andy McDougall, the early part of the century, he did a study where he had people on these, they had first-time permission for this. He had these on these very large analytical balances. When I was in studying chemistry, we needed very fine balances to measure very small weights of matter, solids. Well, he had a gigantic version of these analytical balances, and what he did was he had people who were about to die, and they give him permission to allow them to weigh them while they were dying. And what happened was that at the moment of death, upon the expiration, and of course they were hooked up with various machines to show when they actually physically crossed the spirit, as we call it, clinically died.
Yes.
There was about a 3/4 of an ounce of difference in the weight.
Oh my!
And that was actually quite a reliable study.
I've heard of this, and so you're telling me that was a real study?
Oh yes. McDougall was a very qualified man.
Well, what happened to that data?
Well, the data's around. Just that the study was done about 1913, so scientists today, nobody has decided to replicate that recently that I know of.
Why not?
Well, you have to understand you're dealing with a litigious society, and how many people? It's hard enough to get bodies to cadaver from medicine, let alone people to put themselves on balance.
Right. Would you lie? here while you die, please?
I don't think you're going to see too many ads in the paper. Please sign up and call this number, 1-800-DEAD.
Do you know how many individuals were involved in that study?
I really don't. I read the original study years ago, about 20 years ago, but it was a study that was done, I believe it was done in Duke, but I'll have to double check. Anyway, it was a real bona fide study, and it can be searched.
That's incredible. All right, we're at the top of the hour, so I've got to pause here. Dr. Bruce Goldberg is my guest. Past lives, future lives. That, incidentally, title of a book he's also written. We'll be back.
From the Kingdom of Nye, you're hearing Dreamland with Art Bell. To participate in the program, call toll-free 1-800-618-8255. 1-800-618-8255. First-time callers, area code 702-727-1222. Or the wildcard line at 702-727-1295. This is the CBC Radio Network.
Good evening to all you three-quarters of an ounce types. Maybe some with a... I wonder if it varies around. Some have more soul than others. There's a question to ask. We'll get back to Dr. Goldberg and ask it in just a moment.
Yes, we were talking about the idea of the in-between life state, and I was referring to the idea that the soul or the subconscious mind, which is identical to a radio or TV signal, meaning electromagnetic radiation.
Exactly.
In neurology or medicine, we refer to this as the alpha brainwave level, which has been documented since the early 50s. Well, as it turns out, what happens is that there is a rather standard scenario that occurs during the in-between life experience. But first, let me just go back to the scientific aspect of this. We can weigh the soul. It's approximately 3/4 of an ounce, as was done in the early 1900s. We can photograph it. Kirlian photography, developed by the Russian researcher Kirlian in the early 40s, shows that you can take it's the human aura or the soul that you can actually photograph.
All right, I have a question about that. What is Kirlian photography actually taking a picture of? In other words, I can imagine that a human body would have an aura of a thermal energy around it, or even some kind of very weak electromagnetic energy. What is it photographing?
What you're actually photographing is the actual soul, because what goes on here is that the thermodynamic energy you're referring to, such as our 98.6 body temperature, would not emanate very far off the body.
No, it would
Early
not.
photography shows that when the animal, human or lower animal or even plant, is excited, there's a dramatic increase in the aura around the body. You can't do that with thermodynamic or with the electromagnetic, like the gravity around the Earth doesn't change very much, you know?
All right, then my question is, what force, well, you're going to say the force of the soul, what force is it actually measuring? Scientifically, it's got to be seeing something we can measure.
Electromagnetic radiation is what it's measuring. That's the bottom line.
Electromagnetic radiation.
But there's no transformer pumping up the voltage. It's not becoming a 100,000 watt signal from a 50,000 watt.
Yeah.
See, the body doesn't change that much.
And so then what permutations in the aura are you able to observe?
Well, I mean, you have to understand, when they take these photographs, the photograph is a photograph. We don't know the exactness of what they're getting. It is definitely the representation of our aura or our electromagnetic field around our body. But the point is that it does violate most of the physical laws that we're trained in physiology.
Right. I've just never understood, Kirlian photography, what kind of special process is being used. What kind of photograph? Not just regular...
Well, we're going to have to reincarnate the late Dr. Kirlian to find out, because I've never done the procedure. I've just seen the photographs.
All right.
But basically what we say, we can photograph it, we can weigh it, we can observe the phenomena via automatic lighting as other indirect ways of perceiving the presence of a soul. So we know that the soul, there's no question. I mean, that is not even a debate anymore. It hasn't been for many decades.
For some people, Doctor, it is.
It is, but not for scientists, okay?
All right.
The lay public say, there's a Flat Earth Society, too, but I'm not a member, I don't have a card. Anyway, so the presence of the soul is important because it does actually show that there is a life after death. And, of course, things like the documented cases and other things that we can do just only add to the data. What happens in between lives is very interesting. You mentioned a very dear friend and a very qualified man, Ray Moody, who, of course, termed the term near-death experience in 1975 in his book, Life After Life.
Hey, yo, mate,
well, as it turns out, his experience of the core experience of a near-death experience is very similar to what happens when a person actually does die in a past life. What they do is they do go through the tunnel, if you will. Most of them do. There's a variation, but there's a core experience there. They do have the presence of light and colors and sometimes sounds. They do have the presence of a guardian angel, if you will, a loved entity. It might be an image of a Christ or other religious leader. It might be an image of a grandparent or some other person that they've known who's on the other side. They do have this feeling of empowerment, of peace, of freedom from physical, whatever they were suffering from, whether it be a heart attack or a spear in the chest, whatever it may be. And, of course, they're always perfectly safe when they do this. Now, what happens in between the mechanism now?
Well, again, I want to stop you for a second. I saw a couple of physicians. I think it was, I don't know, it was CBS or some network recently did something on the near-death experience.
Okay.
They had physicians who came on presenting the other side, saying, look, the brain has synapses. As the brain dies, it dies from the outside, rushing toward the center, so we are not surprised that people who are dying see a bright white light that gets smaller and smaller and more intense as the outer portions of the brain die.
Right.
How would you counter that?
Well, I would counter it very simply, and I will counter it not only with the work of Ray Moody, but also with a very good colleague and a mutual friend of ours, Dr. Kenneth Ring from the University of Connecticut, who wrote a book in 1980 which no one seems to have ever heard of called Life or Death. It's a great book, but it's very technical. What happens here is that, you see, what Dr. Ring reported, and Dr. Moody didn't really report this that much until later on. Ring was the one who really focused on the idea of precognitions as a characteristic of near-death experience.
Okay.
What happened was that Dr. Ring would report in his book and subsequent books afterwards that people would have these premonitions of future events, and they were documented. They logged them in little computers, and they kept registries of these. And these people would not only perceive them at the corner of a room where they would see the dials of what their blood pressure was when they were having a near-death experience, which, of course, they can't see when you're lying on a slab in an OR, but they also would report their cousin getting in a car accident 3 weeks hence, and things like that were actually documented. Now, I know the woman, it was a woman that was on this network special. I saw it myself, and I understand her callousness and her mentality, but she also has a reputation of being very hard-nosed anti-parapsychology. So you have to understand there's no such thing as an objective opinion. What you can't describe, though, and what you can't explain, she was dealing with the neurophysiology, of which I have a background, and I understand what she was saying, but she can't explain the precognition, or what I call progression, in past lives, future lives, where these events actually come true. They do not come true when people are out of this near-death experience in the normal waking state. We're not talking about psychics or sensitives or people who have that experience. We're talking about only people who've had this experience as a result of the near-death experience.
Okay.
See, so therefore, that gives, again, indirect but very substantial evidence. Anyway, they go through, there are various different procedures. Everybody has their own mentality. For example, in Past Lives, Future Lives, I described a talk show host from Baltimore, who's now in New York, Harry Martin, who's now at WABC TV in New York, who went to this, dome experience where he would choose his next life. He was in, a dome experience and almost the equivalent of a network headquarters where you'd have monitors showing all your past lives, your future options, and then he would have his masters and guides, his higher self would be there, his departed relatives, but he had all kinds of advice as to what to choose in his next life. Other people might report being on the Himalaya mountaintops, or whatever you feel comfortable is what you're given, but there is an in-between life state where you are accessing what we call your higher self, which, as you'll see, is very important for the therapeutic components of what I do.
All right, I've got to touch on it. Religion is going to mix into all of this for a lot of people, and so I would ask you, is there any report that these people give of a review, a judgment of any sort with regard to the life just lived?
You know, it's very interesting. That question has come up in the past, and I'll tell you, I don't know anybody in the world that has the experience I have of doing over 30,000 regressions on 10,000 individual people in 20 years. And I have never had that. I've never had anybody ever report to me what you're calling the judgment or the judgment day, if you will. What they get is a very objective overview of what they've done, and not focusing in on their faults, but simply, okay, now this is what you've done, and this is what needs to be done, and this is what your options are, now what do you want to do?
That's a kind of a judgment, though, isn't it?
Not really. A judgment to me is when you are bad, evil, you go to hell, you go to heaven, you go to purgatory. That's judgment.
Well, but maybe we are in the end required to, in effect, judge ourselves.
Well, you could always say, judge ye not, lest ye be judged. But what I'm saying here is that there isn't the idea of somebody, some white-bearded, white-sheeted person with pointing fingers, so to speak.
Yeah.
It's a very objective, very beautiful, peaceful, ethereal experience that's described in various different forms, but that seems to be the bottom line where you have this overview. It's what I call a global assessment. And this is done from what we call the soul plane. I described the various plane concepts in past life, future lives, for those of you listening that are interested in more detail. And this is basically gotten from metaphysical literature. But basically, they're on a different dimension, if you will, where there are no physical laws as we know it. Anytime you leave the earth plane, even in a near-death experience, assuming that you're going to what we call the astral plane or the next highest plane, there are no physical laws as we know it. In fact, you're in the space-time continuum, which means that past, present, and future are all simultaneous, which is more fully explained in the new book, The Search for Grace, which is just hot off the presses, published by Imprint Publishing, and is just out now. And what I'm trying to say, you have a way of where you have the choice. It's not like when people say, I have bad karma, so that's why I've done what I've done. That's what I call the karmic cop-out, or the excusitis, as I call it. And to me, that I will always confront, as you know me, I'm not exactly a shy person. And I will always say, look, you choose this. You may have made some mistakes, or maybe you didn't follow the path that you wanted to do, but you can always correct it. There are very few things in life that you really can correct. In fact, quantum physics, which is the basis of this field, says that our thoughts create the reality. Therefore, the only thing that we know of in the universe, we're not even sure of this, is there's only one mind out there, and that is your mind or my mind or your listener's mind. We don't know there's any other mind out there. We don't know what else even exists in reality, but we do know that our thoughts do create a reality. In fact...
All right, a quick technical question about this plane. When you're on this plane, I take it you have a kind of consciousness, and your consciousness is a product of the life just lived, and you retain that until the moment you make your choice about the next?
You actually retain, not only do you retain the life of which you just lived, but you also, this is what we call your ultimate consciousness, which is, by the way, a constant in quantum physics equations. That's how scientific it is. You have a